Well, it's new full screen. How's it going? What up, guys? You ready for this? You ready for League launch? Kinda, kinda got that video out a little late, but later than I wanted, but not too late. Over 48 hours before the League launch. Yeah, mega snoo. Yeah, I'm here to say hi to you guys. Here, let me actually leave there. Let me expand what I'm doing on like YouTube backend and stuff. We're gonna be looking at some comments today. We're going to be filling ourselves in with what's going on. Oh, raid. What? We got a raid? Whoa! Oh my god. Wait, how did you raid me, dude? What up, Prada? My Twister brother. What's going on, guys? What is going on? What's going on? Alright, here we go. Let's see. Yo. Dude. 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 All right, shout out, Prod. I mean, there's no way you're not getting a shout out. Put that airplane number in front. How's it going, man? You gotta get some food? All right, I know you're excited. You're streaming every single day. God, what a champ. Streams every single day. But it feels good to stream on days like this, leading up to launch. You know, it's exciting. Yeah, welcome in, guys. What's up? I'm sure you know who I am. Because, you know, me and Prada making Twister stuff. He's doing Abyssal Lich. Looks amazing in game. Everybody knows, we all know that it's going to have some issues on day one League start. I'm kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm playing a build Spirit Walker Twister that's going to be phenomenal on day one, but may not scale the same way that Prada's does. So there might be, like, you know, a certain point where it switches over and his build a little bit stronger. I don't know. I'm gonna try and make the Spirit Walker as good as it can in the end. I do have a knack for that. But I definitely wanted to try the new one because for once in my life I actually got good at like campaign day one, refining a build. So I figured, why not we dive into those new strengths and take an ascendancy that's definitely going to be amazing on day one. Take all that experience, knowledge, and practice of day one and just make it the craziest thing I can. Strongest thing I can. I see a question in chat. Did you see that guy that dies Act 1 T15 Hunter Star? I mean, I didn't watch the whole video, but oh yeah, I definitely saw. I think he... didn't he like skip a whole bunch of stuff? Did he skip things in like campaign rewards? I don't know. He skipped all ascendancies, I believe. But I was more... well, not impressed, but like aware and intrigued by his 100% campaign run through interludes, and that was like what was it, like 423 or something? Yeah, that was good. That was really impressive to me. Maybe the more recent one's even more impressive, but I don't know. I saw what he was doing in maps, and it's a little bit ridiculous when, you know, you take a character that has gear that is so scuffed the average player wouldn't even be able to handle it in the campaign, and you take it all the way to T15 maps, and the only way you can even pull that off is to be like world-class gamer. I mean, it's a little bit too much, you know. I understand it's for like world records, but that doesn't translate to... I have a really hard time translating that to like not just your everyday gamer, but like even like your everyday what, your everyday god gamer, like your everyday above average gamer, like even somebody like myself is a little bit of a hard time translating that. Yeah, actually, for the product crowd, I want to ask you guys, what is your honest opinion about the state of Twister? Let's have a little conversation here. Today's a little laid back. I've been, you know, working so hard on like builds and stuff. I kind of want to relax a bit on stream. We're not going to do like a speed leveling run or something today. We might log in and check some things, but yeah. Buff Twister? Twister buff? Needs buff ASAP? Oh, so that's where you guys are at? Blew up the spot? Yeah. I wonder how much enthusiasm there would have been for Twister if we had just seen the GGG showcase with Spirit Walker, and guy that dies never tried Twister. Like if all that stuff stayed on the radar. To me, it's like a huge multiplier. The combination of him getting world records and them showing it off. Like if he just gets world records with Twister, honestly, I think it would go relatively unnoticed. If he had gotten like world records with Twister and then there was no Spirit Walker Twister showcase, like people wouldn't have cared. If GG does a Twister Walker showcase, no world records, people were kind of like, oh yeah, Twister, yeah, it's been a thing for a while. Maybe we'll do something else. But it's that combination of things that blew it up like crazy. Blew it up, man. Yeah, the problem with guy that does Twister showcases, you know, his execution on how he's playing the build is like immaculate. Obviously, you watch him play, it looks easy enough. But I mean, even me, I mean, I'm pretty much expert level Twister player too. And I know it's not that easy. Like, it takes a long time. For example, one tiny little slip up, your DPS is crippled. Like, for example, if you do like triple whirling slash and you accidentally hold Twister for like an extra 100 milliseconds and you double cast it, the following Twister cast is one tiny little Twister, and then it bounces off the wall and wrecks your whirling slash for the next 5 seconds, and you basically can't do any damage because you can't even get 3 whirling slashes. That's just one tiny little example of something that most people aren't aware of that makes doing amazing damage and execution with Twister really hard. Like, you have to be, it's very finicky, very sensitive. It's got the whole directional thing. It's got the positioning with the bounce back. Having to cast ice-tipped arrows in advance. Make sure you got that up every 4 casts, you know. Pretty rough. Have I seen the Connor's video? Nope. It's just positive of incident adorned into the deck. I haven't seen that. Yeah, I'm under the belief that a skill like Twister should be the strongest. I mean, any skill that, like, the more buttons that are the more buttons that are available to boost a skill in a significant way that become, you know, an integral part of the rotation, the more buttons there are, the stronger the build should be. I don't think it should be one of those things where, like, I think a well-designed game has a lot of extra buttons you can use that are optional but don't feel obligatory. And especially early on, before you have a bunch of gear that offsets the need for those buttons, and, you know, because, you know, as you get really strong, you try to remove buttons just because you can, because it's overkill. In the campaign early on, you should be able to access all kinds of buttons that just, if you're willing to play it that way, you just crush the content, right? But it's kind of a hard way to play, but it's a dominating way to play, right? And it just gives you the incentive you need to actually do that, especially if you care about league start, hitting the ground running, that kind of thing. That's really cool, I think. That's what I always wanted out of the game. That's why I talk about Diablo 3 and how excited I was when they introduced the monk class in Diablo 3 with, like, the different combo generator tech that conceivably could have existed there that didn't. It ultimately didn't come to fruition. But I loved it. Does Mr. Streamer have that build file? Actually, no, but I don't know how to get it. I wanted you guys to help me out on that. If you can. I was told you can export it straight from Mobalytics, and that's something we could do. Although I got to fix the guide a little bit. There are a few things I got to fix. Hey, Snow Awesome Guide, do I know Garrican's Resolve? No Heralds. Heralds are kind of overkill. Twister, especially on a high budget, Heralds just crush everything. Sorry, that link's not loud. PoE2 converter. So you guys can do this yourself. I'm not going to actually produce one yet because I'm not satisfied with some, I still need to change some things. But yeah, I guess this works. I don't know, that was something here. Are you the OG Twister guy? I mean, that's what people say. I'm just a person who planned to play Lightning Spear at the start of 0.2 because I wanted to return to the fantasy of Javazon D2 player when Amazon was released. And then I discovered leveling Twister along the way, and it was amazing. It was so amazing, even after they bug fixed the damage scaling on it. It was screwed up. I enjoyed the playstyle so much, I never looked back. Never, not even three leagues later, I never looked back. So, I just love it. You see the new Spear Rune when you gain a Frenzy Charge, 25% chance to gain an additional one. Don't we already have a rune for 50% chance? Don't we already have like a Soul Core or something for 50%? Or an Idol? I thought we already have something like that. 50% chance to gain an additional Frenzy Charge when we gain one. I thought it was 50. Oh, Garrican's Resolve. No. No, because it caps your crit chance at 50%. It could be if you're satisfied with failing to crit sometimes. The problem with Twister and crit is it feels really, really bad when you miss a crit. Like, in maps, it can be the difference between, like, double overkilling trash and, like, not even killing trash. Okay? And so it's a big problem, because if you're only using your primary attack once every 5 to 6 to 7 seconds and you miss that coin flip, that screws you over. Like, it's just really bad. And so you're way better off regulating your damage so that you always crit, and maybe, you know, you sacrifice some damage at the top end to have a higher chance of critting, so you just always do. And then also, when you have Headhunter, it scales your crit up to like 100% pretty quickly, but that would cap out immediately with Garrican, so that's no good. That wouldn't be good. So you're just like ruining all of the crit scaling off Headhunter and stuff like that later on, of course. If new owl feathers end up overriding projectile buff too quickly, are we rerolling Deadeye? Why would override projectile buff? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I just think of Primal Bounty the same way I think of Salvo. It's basically the same thing. You're gaining extra projectiles on the back end passively over time. And then you need to use the skill every so many seconds to maximize their use. We were already playing Twister that way with Salvo anyway. So there's really no difference in the playstyle. The only thing is you got to dodge roll once. And I was already beginning to dodge roll right after Twister cast because of animation canceling combined with dodge roll out of the way of projectiles that might be coming right during a Twister cast, that moment you're standing still. Right? So it was just starting to become second nature anyway. There is speculation that feather buff falls off when you gain new owl feathers. I've not heard of that speculation. That doesn't make any sense to me why they would do that. That sounds way too punishing. You can see it happen in the trailer. You can see it happen in the trailer. Alright. Take a look here. Hold on. Let me load it up. I didn't know that. I'll look at it. No. What's called Spirit Walker? I got some issues with this. The player being spotty at full screen. Okay, so we'll go to owl text stuff. Do we not get to see a buff bar? I assumed it's on the buff bar. Is there a version of this build that works without parry? Yeah, like you don't have to use parry. You'll just have fewer frenzy charges on the boss, if any, with Spirit Walker. If you hate the idea of going parry and you're concerned about single target damage, like greatly concerned about it, and you might want to go Deadeye instead of Spirit Walker. Like if you're like 100% sure you don't want anything to do with parry and you know all that. Where is this fight? What timestamp is it? Or was it here? I have no idea where the timestamp is. Is it like way later on? I don't even know what Torvian is. Is that like the Act 2 first boss or something? 442. Yeah, it's up there. Oh, I was almost there. Oh, 442, sorry. Alright, we do have a buff bar here. Okay, that's it. Alright. Is that owl feathers accumulating? Yeah, okay, that's passive owl feathers accumulating right there. Jesus Christ, what in the world? My internet's not that bad. And this is so that's Primal Bounty Owl Feathers. This is Vivid Wisps. Passive buff, I take it. Or no, that would be. So it's just right here? Next new, how's it going? It's going well. Going well. So he's got 3 right there. He dodge rolls. Why did it say 2 for a split second? Oh, that's Ghost Stance overrun. Okay, dodge rolls. Now he has all 3. Uses barrage right there. He's it on two skill. What? I'm gonna look at that again. He's whirling / prepping. What did he just do? Oh, the first whirling / cast the Vivid Stag. Okay, I get it. I get it after he moved. Yep. Okay. Makes sense. Whirling / third one right here. Or right here. What did he cast right here, right before that? He casted something else right before that. What? Oh, no, okay. He just used Whirling Slash like 7 times or something. Is there an example of one where he casts and ends fast? We see a lot of times when it's fast too. Yeah, I mean that looks a little bit weird. Hold on, let me go in here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean it just looks. Wait a minute. All right, hold on. Where's the buff? Is there like a buff you get? There's no buff he gets either, right? So he has 3 owl feathers. The dodge rolls right here. Is 0, and it doesn't give him any extra buff. So where's the buff? Like there's no buff here? As you soak in all the owl feathers? No indicator at all? Makes me almost wonder if this is like pre-testing, like when they were in the middle of making the build. It's like pre-testing footage that's not even up to date or something. I heard they had a bug during the... Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Valancy on YouTube said, I heard they had a bug during this showcase and it was fixed. Yeah, I mean, I see your concerns here, but to me it makes no sense that that would be broken that way. I mean, that's like obviously a mistake. A bug or a mistake, yeah. There's no way. There's no way that they would punish you that hard on having a back-end skill that would accumulate a stack every 2.667 seconds, and then, oh, by the way, you have to use it within the same... By the way, this is probably set up like Salvo, so it's on a global clock timer, which means it would potentially clip instantly after you use it. So, like, for example, you get Owl Feather, you dodge roll, and like 100 milliseconds after you begin dodge rolling, you get another feather. That presumably will happen because that's how Salvo works. It's like part of a global clock tick, okay? And there's just no world where it would say, oh yeah, sorry, you don't actually get the power because you didn't use it within 100 milliseconds. There's no. Actually, we can figure out if it's a global internal clock or not here. We can actually figure it out by looking at a few examples. So let's check this. Let's see here. Casting twisters without the full package. Okay, you can see them stacking up on the top left. He's got the Trinity, the Sacred Unity buff here. That's why everything looks golden. Why does it look like he has 8 feathers though? That's kind of weird. All right, let's look at that again. How much time goes by until he gets another feather? Okay, it looked like it was about 2 seconds. So this is a Primal Bounty No Maka's Gift showcase right here, and he got the feather re-up like within 2 seconds, which suggests it's a global clock to that because it should actually take 4 seconds to get feathers, unless they were recording that section with Maka's Gift active anyway, but not talking about it yet. Yeah, so at the top left you can see the owl feathers, 3 copies. Then they switch slides here. 3 copies. He dodge rolls here, and there's like 2 seconds that go by. Dodge roll totally finished. This time he has the time to get 3 whirling slashes before the next one kicks in right there. So in this example he has more time, but not like a lot more time. Let's see if we can go back to look at this. Go to 33 seconds. Oh, I'm not going to get to see a buff bar. Here, never mind. I can't check there. The base is 3 or 4. The base would be 4 seconds without Maka's Gift. I think. Wasn't it right? 4 seconds? It's like 8 seconds to get 3 with Maka's Gift, 12 seconds to get 3 without. Explain this fight? I mean, that's the Countess. It's in Act 1. That's the first fight where you do parry Fangs of Frost in Act 1, though. Normally. You can count the frames. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. That sounds... Maybe somebody can let me know about the frame counting. That sounds a bit overkill. So this has got some people spooked, huh? I don't think there's I mean, I would love to ask the devs right now, but post the link. I'll do it. Okay. There you go. Not the right timestamp. Maybe cooldown reductions on the skill works. Well, I mean, that would be kind of funky. Imagine if cooldown reduction on skill works, but it also clips. The expectation for Spirit Walker and it being balanced, the assumption is that cooldown reduction is not going to reduce the cooldown of Primal Bounty. But it makes a lot of sense that it would, conceptually. They have to add the tag, though. They probably have to add the tag. Although the way they're changing Ghost Dance to be like this anomaly where it reads into like cooldown, global cooldown, but doesn't have a tag, indicates that they might be changing, like might be making a major change where like global cooldown affects other things that don't have a tag. And the tag is... Actually, I don't even know what the tag's supposed to be for that. I don't think cooldown tag's a thing, right? So, why do you only do weapon set passives on specific nodes? Okay, good question. Throughout the lifetime of this build, whether you're in the beginning, middle, or end, weapon set 2 is assigned for damage. Damage doesn't really matter that much on weapons at 1 because we're just using weapons at 1 to trigger barrage a little faster and to move faster with whirling slash, which remains at level 1, and even if you had a level 20 whirling slash, it wouldn't compete with the full power of Twister regardless. So weapons at 1 is initially used if you want to do the wolf movement speed tech, which I plan on doing, and I shared it that way. Might be regrettable, might be confusing for some people, but it starts off focusing on speed, movement speed through the sprint nodes, and this. So like you would use pounce or shred or just press X or something to go into wolf form. It would allow you to skip enemies en masse. It allows you to just run through like Grim Tangle without even touching an enemy. It's incredibly useful. And then at the exact same time you can Dance with Death, that's the signaler to make a swap. I talked about this in the video as one of the key transitions in the build, and it involves a respec on the passive tree most of all, as well as outfitting your, well, it's 3 things. It's a weapon spec swap points on the passive tree. It is assigning a spear to both weapon sets on your character sheet. The same spear can go into both weapon sets even if you want. And then it also involves assigning Whirling Slash Barrage to weapon set 1 on the skill window that's on the left, and Twister and Ice-Tipped Arrows and weapons at 2. There's 160 frames at 60 FPS for it to go down 1 2 stacks at 33. Hey Snoo, don't tell anybody. I found out you can have 50% of your damage sent to companions before you by combining Ascendancy passives and gear. I mean, I'm not surprised about that. Like that is like part of that's on the Ascendancy. I know that's why a lot of people are excited about companion related builds, which is, I mean, it's cool idea. I'm actually super stoked about the fact that the Spirit Walker in general is getting huge amounts of hype, because what it means is it's just going to give players so many options for switching builds and stuff. And it goes both ways as far as Twister. Some people are going to start Twister, not like it. Now they can go companions with Spirit Walker easily without re-rolling. Some people are going to start companions and maybe they see Twister going nuts with the Owl Tech and they want a taste of that, and they can swap to Twister pretty easily. There's going to be a lot of people who are... I actually think there's going to be a lot of people who go for the unique Tame Beast and have a stinking feeling it's going to kind of suck. Like, it's not going to be all that. It'll be fun to watch, but it won't actually perform that well. There's a decent chance that'll be the case. And so people will be unsatisfied with the performance of their build with the unique enemy, unique monster tame. They're going to look for a backup Spirit Walker build of some type. Welcome to Spirit Walker Twister. So this has really helped me not regret my decision to go Deadeye, knowing that the Deadeye Ascendancy is actually going to be pretty unpopular this league compared to Spirit Walker, just broadly speaking. Another good question by Carrick. Why does everyone use weapon set 1 for speed and 2 for damage instead of the inverse? There's one reason for that. Rigwald's ferocity. Because eventually you get the I guess I can't read it here. Eventually you get this. Supported skills have 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1. Now, you can just use whatever, and then when you finally get your hands on this, then you do the swap. But I mean, that if you go the wrong way on it initially, that's going to be a massive respec. So might as well just get the right ones right off the bat, and so you don't have to worry about it later. And you will be using that lineage gem when you can access it. It's my practice map. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the first time I ever ran, like back in 0.3 when this was introduced, I had it backwards, and then this came under my radar, and it was actually a percent more multiplier at the time, and I was like, whoa, okay, well, I guess from now on, speed is weapons at 1, damage is weapons at 2, so long as that lineage gem exists. Could you explain how to get the build operating maximum power without using parry? So implicit in your question is how to get frenzy charges on bosses. Because we have combat frenzy, but you're not going to be freezing bosses constantly. This is where the Deadeye shines. So the most sensible, like, immediate answer to that question is you're going to need to put Sniper's Mark on your skill bar, which is going to cost another skill slot, by the way, and hard cast Sniper's Mark. But that's kind of shitty to do that. There's no major there's no like perfect solution to conveniently getting frenzy charges on bosses for any Twister build except Deadeye, which just has cold shots, which doesn't exactly flood you with frenzy charges, by the way. So yeah, you just have to like hard cast Sniper's Mark if you're not going to use parry, and that is one of the reasons why I want to use parry, because parry is meant to be the solution for getting frenzy charges on bosses. The actual top-end tech for frenzy charges on bosses is parry plus disengage. That gives you 3 frenzy charges instantly, just ripping off the parry debuff. And I was actually at first intending to play the build that way. I mean, that is pretty freaking massive. Like, you just parry the boss once, disengage, and you got 3 frenzy charges, which would actually be like 4 after, you know, charge profusion and like socketable ones and weapons and things. Pretty nuts how quick and convenient that is. So like the amount of frenzy charges you could gain per second effectively on a boss fight is extremely high. Like you could get like 2 frenzy charges per second or something if you wanted doing that. Depending on the boss, how easy it is to parry. But disengage requires another button, and it's, you know, it requires another skill on the skill bar. Kind of meant you had to have an unset ring, and I don't like making a build guide force an unset ring on people. You know, then it makes it so much harder to gear for and stuff. So I opted out. Plus, I think Vivid Stampede is actually going to be a pretty nice delivery system for like Frenzied Riposte, whether single target or on trash. I think it's going to be pretty good. I'm a little bit concerned with like Vivid Stampede without the secondary one, which would make it just keep repeating. Vivid Stampede may not go out very often on a boss fight, you know, unless you're actually like whirling, slashing around in a circle constantly. So if you're trying to like parry in between there too, you know, you're more inclined to be kind of stationary. So when running Sacred Unity and not the second Vivid Ascendancy point, the stag uptime might be kind of low. I mean, it'll be high enough to get shocked ground, because you just like proc 1 or 2 during an entire fight. You just have shocked ground the whole time. But as far as like frenzy riposte is concerned, it might not be that amazing. I got to play with it. I'm trying to anticipate what it'll feel like. And yeah, there's just other reason to go Sacred Unity, like getting onslaught easily and actually having some real damage reduction when you need it the most in the early stages of the end game. I want to know your experience if it's enough damage to get Whirling Slash to clear on its own. Possibly with Bleed build. I've never played with the Bleed build. I don't really know about those. In the past, Whirling Slash could be got with a lot of damage, but that normally relied on Constricting Command and Defy 2, and now that doesn't work. Too much mana cost. Unless you have at least one enemy near you. I'm not sure how people have the mana regen for it, and you know, we don't even get good leech anymore, so you'd have to have some pretty crazy regen. So I've been training with League Star with new regex, saw some weird body armors and stuff. Yeah, it's not a perfect regex. I'm not really sure. I'm not a genius when it comes to regex. It does occasionally highlight some things that aren't that interesting. I'm not really sure what to say on that. I've got it so that it will highlight the things that I would ever probably want to see, but it will also highlight a few extra things that I don't want to see. I think it's because the name of the body armor coincides with the regex slightly. So like the base type. Yeah. So you're starting Deadeye Twister? No, I'm starting Spirit Walker Twister. Build guide on YouTube now. Unfortunately, it ended up being a little bit long. I actually recorded that build guide twice because the first time I did it, I was a little bit too all over the place. But it was early in the day when I was more like focused. Now I recorded it like 2 a.m. and I was a little bit more sluggish, but I was far more organized in the thing. But it ended up being 42 minutes long. I wish it was shorter, but you know, I always try to do better. Sometimes I make a build guide and it's like, comes out really well. Sometimes it's a little bit yappy. Didn't really have time to make highly produced one this time. I got into the habit of making a build showcase video first. It was like 5 minutes long, just explains all the tech right up front, shows you exactly what the build will look like, but I can't do that this time with an ascendancy that we can't play yet, so kind of skipped out on that. And then I make like a long form deep dive video. So we just went straight to the long form deep dive video this time. Are you planning on expanding its fit to 250 characters? I don't know. If somebody wants to help out on the Discord, come out with a better regex. I want a regex that will always show me flat damage on gloves, attack speed on gloves, attack speed on weapon, rare items, like all rare items from the vendor, and let's see what... I mean, that's mostly it. Oh, movement speed on boots. Of course, movement speed on boots. Hello, I just came from YouTube. I have one thing to ask. Will I have to roll before using Twister after Whirling Slash? Roll before using Twister after... No, I mean, you should be able to roll, then triple Whirling Slash and Twister. Is that related to the brand new concern about owl feathers overriding? I'm not... I refuse to believe that that's going to be a thing. So I have the build guide right here, and one thing I wanted to do on stream is actually make it so that the POB is pulled up to date, because it's actually really outdated. Because I went in and I fixed a bunch of things. So the issue is The biggest issue is if I pull it from the POB again, which will update the POB as much as possible, it's gonna brick some things in the guide when I like automatically populate it, especially like the ascendancy and the gem or the passive order. But I mean, I kind of want to do it just, but I also kind of want to. I wish I didn't have to do it before POB. I don't know why POB is not updated. I tried the beta version or whatever. Like the passive tree is still old. The ascendancy doesn't even exist. But yeah. Anyway, any questions, concerns, or information you guys think I might have left out in the guide? Or any like skepticism about gem cutting, the gem choice, anything like that before I do this? The biggest question mark I have is brittle armor. It may not be worth it, but it's okay. We can just use like, or we put pinpoint critical in here, I think. Is there a way to remove auto snapping from whirling slash? You simply need to release your whirling slash button if you ever feel yourself going the wrong way. Prolonged duration of war banner. Doesn't that add cost to the? That adds cost, reservation cost, does it not? Yeah, and I think I have this set up this way now. No? Wait, no, really? What? That's crazy. Really? You better be right, because if you're not, I'm gonna get a lot of people pissed at me. Imagine, you know, you get your 30 spirit, try to use war banner, and then brick it instantly. Alright, well, if that's true, then obviously this is the way. I'm planning to do Deadeye Twister. Do you have a guide? Yeah, check my build guide and then use the timestamps to check Deadeye variant. There's virtually no changes. This is basically the same build that you would make for Deadeye. In fact, all the tech revolving around parry is even more suitable for Deadeye than it is. Well, no, actually, that's not true because I'm using Frenzy Riposte, so it's actually a unique way to get Frenzy Charges. So in a different way, it's less suitable in one way and more suitable in another way. Basically, it's even better for Deadeye because you're less likely to get hit and hold tailwind buffs. But it's more suitable for Spirit Walker because it's uniquely a good way to get frenzy charges on a boss that called shots is already to some extent doing for you on a Deadeye. Okay. All right, so basically, put this here. Drag this here. What I'm about to show you is truly a showcase on why making a build guide is so friggin' time consuming. And dealing with, you know, programs on the back end. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy everything I have. Gathering Winds, Called Shot, Frenzy, Frenzy. No, it's Gathering Winds, Frenzy, Frenzy, Called Shot. Actually, the best would be Gathering Winds, Called Shot, respec to double frenzy, then called shots again. Technically best. But what on Deadeye, we just skip the second ascendancy. Tailwind, then more tailwind. Truly the best thing about the build that I'm presenting, guys, is you know, I know exactly how to scale this build and exactly what kind of gems, endgame gems are the best and jewels are the best. And, you know, I mean, there are a few different options, but this is really, really nice to set up. And we got a Trinity setup that's actually going to work with 100% elemental damage. That's freaking wild. That's so wild. I mean, I can't wait for that. Actually using Trinity with Twister and not having DPS split 50-50 where half of your damage isn't even factored into Trinity, and knowing how strong Trinity is even when it only considers half your damage. Oh, that's going to be amazeballs. It's extra hard, too, when you're running ice-tipped arrows, because that's a huge conversion to cold already. Who here in the chat's ready for Trinity Twister? I mean, everybody always asks at League Star, like, what about Trinity? What about Trinity? Even the freaking build showcase used Trinity. I like it how GG showcases Trinity on a Twister build and only has, like, one element active. But I guess some of you guys wouldn't be that intrigued by Trinity because, unfortunately, Abyssal Lich, biggest downside, 2 spirits starved. You can't use Trinity. If some of you guys might not like this since you're huge, you know, Prada fans and huge Abyssal Lich Twister fans, if Spirit Walker is to be better than Lich, it will be because of Trinity. That's the reason it will be. To more than make up for the power that the Lich has when it already has good proc speed. I think Lich will probably move faster though if you set that up right with the swap and stuff. Don't you guys find it a major burdensome though, how Spirit kind of ruins the build and things you're able to do? How you have to like try to get like a whole bunch of extra Spirit on gear and then you can't even use it for some of your really powerful options? Like, how are you going to go? You can't do Wind Dance or Ghost Dance on a Lich, so that's huge defensive layers you're missing. How are you going to handle recovery with the Leech nerfs? I'm not sure about that. I mean, that sounds like pretty big. That sounds like pretty rough to me for like Abyssal Lich recovery, for example. Recoup. Yeah, I guess. You could put Trinity on a 4 affix amulet. 4 affix amulet. Sorry, what do you mean? There's so much on the tree now. Yeah, I haven't really looked into recoup, but I guess it could solve a problem. But then you're not going Energy Shield. Does Abyssal Leech not take advantage of Energy Shield, which is generally considered stronger than Life as a defensive layer? Factoring in things like, up until now, Essentia Sanguis, Ghost Dance, etc. Because the scaling's so much better. How much Spirit do we really need? There's some unique that we can do for that. Well, the nice thing about the build I'm running is that you don't need a ton of Spirit. The build, like, a lot of builds can become highly restrictive on gearing when they demand a lot of Spirit right off the bat. It can be a bit of a problem. And one thing I like about this build is it doesn't even require Spirit on gear. It just requires Beacon of Assus, which has some Spirit as unique. It should be fairly accessible early on. You don't even need Spirit on the body armor. That is such... Trust me, as somebody who's played this build, leveled them up first few days of the league, the body armor is one of the most annoying pieces of gear to gear for on like day 1, day 2, day 3. It's really the most expensive piece of gear on a build at that point. Because every single decent body armor costs crazy amount. If you want high evasion, high energy shield, triple resist with Spirit on a body armor. And the big reason why body armor is so expensive is because in the beginning of the league, now I'm not taking these, but in the beginning of the league, most of your defensive power is boosted with the body armor, with things like Bestial Skin and things like Spectral Ward. So and then also the fact that the body armor already has like twice the much defensive stats as everything else, which means everybody is clamoring for the same thing. They want a super strong defensive body armor, huge evasion, energy shield, and or triple res. Okay, and then everyone is also clamoring to get their spirit so they can actually run the build. And so they're trying to somehow do all those things and get a ton of spirit. And it gets crazy. Like it's so expensive, so hard to craft. It was mind-numbingly annoying to try to get a satisfactory body armor last league on my Invoker. So an Invoker is even a bigger deal because you get like the spirit from the body armor. But at least I didn't need to roll spirit on the body armor. But you know, either you're an Invoker trying desperately to get the juiciest defensive body armor for Lead Me Through Grace, or you're everyone else trying to get decent defensives, res, crazy evasion, energy shield, and spirit all at the same time. And it's so tough. Yeah, it was tough. I remember trying to get body armor on the Deadeye and getting the spirit requirement as well while taking some of these notes. It ain't fun, man. Like, that's why I'm super happy about the fact that the spirit setup here will not require spirit on the body armor. That is going to, just the fact that it doesn't require any spirit is going to make the body armor at least 5 times cheaper at the top end. At least 5 times cheaper. Like, if you take a body armor that's 6 modded with spirit and you remove spirit, it's at least 5 times cheaper instantly. Probably 10 times cheaper. Especially if you just think like from 6 modded to 5 modded. This is so good. I can tell you how good that is. So it's going to be so easy to get actually a good body armor. Because people are going to think they're trash, right? Like, if you have a 5 modded body armor, double res, deflection, with 2 great defensive prefixes, and the third prefix is thorns, it's trash. It ain't worth shit. But to me, I'll be like, all right, I'll take that. I'll take that right now for like 50 exalt. I'll take that boop, right off you. And it'd be good enough. And you know, eventually you want 6 modded with like all defensives or spirit or something to do something with that. But yeah, it's gonna be great. No, so also another thing to come with all that my time testing is Twister. This inevitably happens. Every single time up until now, I have suggested starting with a pure evasion body armor. And then go bestial skin, because actually I normally path along this path anyway. But I always end up realizing that a hybrid body armor, because sleek jacket just gives so much freaking evasion and energy shield combined, it ends up being better. And I always undervalue having a max ES pool and overvaluing having a high evasion pool. Might be a slightly bit different now that we can't use things like Essentia Sanguis with the same level of power, and the deflection is coming in, which is prioritizing evasion a little more. Things might be a little different now, but I still suspect that will ring true even now. Also, because if I don't care about pure evasion body armor, I don't need bestial skin, which means I'm not incentivized to go up this way, which costs me extra points. And by the way, this point will not cost anything. The new passive tree, which we can see right here, it got changed. So Wellspring with Laviange's Flask has been moved to fork off of the corner node, not this one up here. This is actually the biggest, technically, the biggest buff to my build at the early end game is saving 1 passive point right here. So that's pretty groovy. There are some other points that are interesting here, though, like the AoE nodes. If I wanted to try and go for 0.7 AoE breakpoint twisters, maybe involve that. And the other big one is this right here. Evasion, Energy Shield, Hollow Keeper stuff. Which, you know, we path down to here, or here, I think. So it's 2 travel points away. If I travel to this point, I'm going to be kind of morally obligated to take Kite Runner, but I kind of don't want to because flat prog speed is diluted a lot by the Owl Feathers anyway. If I travel down here too, I'm going to be incentivized to take Discipline Training, but let's see, actually, this is for, that's 12... 22. Wait, did they nerf that? No, 22. 22 AoE. I'm just trying to see if this is an avenue for 0.7 twisters. 34, 40, 46. That's not enough. I think that would be like 5 percentage points away from hitting the breakpoint. That could have been pretty big, though, if you could have combined Bond of the Ape with this. But, like, one thing that we can do that may be advisable is to drop the entire wheel down here. So potentially we could drop all of this and take the companion nodes plus that. Yeah, that actually might be smart. I will look into that, because I already know that combining discipline training and dizzying sweep gives you a breakpoint. My big issue with this, though, is this drops a lot of skill factoration. Skill factoration is super premium in the beginning. And Prolonged Assault is such an amazing wheel, even though we're traveling a little there. So this is like 32 skill factoration, where this is only 10. So you would be losing 22% increased skill factoration if you did this. But you would save some passives and get some extra defense. But I don't think it's worth losing 22% increased skill factoration. What do we anoint on the amulet? Yeah, so one of the obvious choices might be 25% increased skill factoration, which could make up for that. But in the end, typically speed is king for builds like these, for Whirling Slash. In order to make Whirling Slash feel really good, you want as much speed as you can. So that flask combined with this is good. This is a lot of travel points too to come down here, and it doesn't really feel worth it until you have a setup that saves a ton of passive points on the tree with jewels and things, and that's kind of what it takes to make this feel worth it, actually pathing here. That's why the mid-end game version paths there. The mid-end game version anoints currently authority to get the AoE breakpoint and skill and cooldown recovery could be good. And we also already have a bunch of skill factoration through like this time lost sapphire and a few other things. Mr. Streamer, do you think Twister will be nerfed after the patch release? If Twister somehow has like a 10% play rate or higher, then yes. I do. I think it's going to depend greatly on the play rate. I think it's going to depend almost entirely on how popular it is and not on how powerful it is. Because it's too hard to measure its power when... It's too hard to measure Twister's power when there's so many moving parts, and so many players are going to want to play it in a dumbed down way where they're doing less damage. And GGG has to factor that in, right? Like, is Twister too strong if you use only 70% of its top end power, but you do it out of convenience because you don't want to add that extra button? I mean, that changes the equation, right? So it's really kind of hard to say. Like, how much, in terms of balance, how much power should you get out of adding an extra button? That's really hard to measure, man. Like, different people feel different ways about how fair that is. To some people, if I go from a 4-button build to a 5-button build rotation, I better get at least 20% more damage. For some people, it'd be like, I better get at least 5% more damage. For some people, it will be like, it better fucking double my damage. Otherwise, I'm not using a 5th button. You know? Like, it's just different for them. Like, people have different perceptions about what is fair and what's powerful and what's worth it. On making a build more complicated to run. And a lot of time it has to do with, like, okay, if I'm going to grind all day, I'd much rather play a 4-button build than a 5-button build. I'd much rather play a 3-button build than a 4-button build. I'm willing to sacrifice half my damage to go from 3 buttons to 2 buttons, you know. I mean, there's, you know, you look at it from that angle too. The opposite end of the spectrum. I also want to reduce the number of buttons when I'm grinding at that level. And we do to a certain extent, but we'll always be using some. I just hope they don't make some dumbed down nerf thing. Yeah, I was thinking about making a video. I think I need to make... So, oh yeah, I'll also... I'm getting kind of all over the place. One video idea I have is for potential supports for Vivid Stampede with various things that might work tech-wise with that. I think that could be worth a single video. It'd be like a 10-minute video. Another one would be everything you should know about ice-tipped arrows with Twister, and like when should you spec out of if and when you should spec out of ice-tipped arrows. And obviously showcasing how strong it is in transition in Act 2, like showing that with like background footage and stuff. That would be a really valuable video, I think. Even though some people have caught on to it, not everybody. Like a lot of people are enthusiastic about trying Twister for the first time and have never seen ice-tipped arrows still. They don't even know what it is, how it works. Also in that video, I could make it painfully clear that it must be set to the same weapon set as Twister, so you don't fuck that up, because there's going to be a lot of people who play Twister, put ice-tipped arrows in, don't assign it to the right weapon set, or they'll like leave it at the same, and then it won't work, and they won't even realize it's not working. That's going to happen. 100%. It's going to happen to tons of people. I mean, I make a special note of it in the build guide, but people are going to miss that. Oh yeah, people are going to be asking that. Like, hey, I'm not freezing enemies. There's no chilled ground on my ice-tipped arrow. Did you assign it to weapon set too? What? What do you mean weapon set? What? I didn't assign anything to a weapon set. How fast did you whirling slash speed again? I mean, it takes forever to whirl 3 times. That is what we are. That's what we're gonna have. All the new Twister Andys coming in. They're not gonna know anything. No. See, at first when I made the build guide video, I explained like all this tech, but then I was like, this is way too much time explaining something way too specific for like a build guide. I understand, like you build guide, you want to explain things, but not like I was spending like 10 minutes explaining all that stuff. And like, what? So I just re-recorded it without that. If I cast ice-tipped arrows on set 1, equal no cold damage, right? Yeah, if your Twister is set to weapon set 2, and you cast ice-tip on weapon set 1, even if like you do whirling slash weapon, like, okay, so like if your whirling slash is set to weapons at 1, and Twister is set to weapons at 2, and ice-tipped arrows is set to either, what will happen is your whirling slash, weapons at 1, cast ice-tipped arrows, and then cast Twister, you'll shift over to weapons at 2, and nothing special will happen. You will get no value out of that. Your ice-tipped arrows must have the same weapon set activated as Twister is used. So it must be, it's not even a matter, like, if you used ice-tipped arrows, you literally have to assign both Twister and ice-tipped arrows to one exclusive weapon set. Otherwise, depending on the order of operations, you will fuck up and, like, not have it active. It really enforces you to use the weapon set because of the fact that it doesn't work if it's not on the right one. Well, the only way that wouldn't be true is if you didn't use any, weapons at passives at all. Yeah. How do you manage defensives during the campaign? At this point, with having practiced as much as I have, I don't need defenses in the campaign. I legitimately don't need them. Because I can just manually avoid things and not deal with it. Somebody said armor in the chat. Yeah, the most dangerous... So for me, as somebody who knows how to play Twister inside and out, the most dangerous is first half of Act 1. And yeah, having armor really helps. The reason first half of Act 1 is so dangerous is because in the first half of Act 1, if you're trying to go fast, you want to skip like full zones. Basically, you skip Grellwood completely. You try not to really kill anything in Grellwood, which is not easy if you're trying to dodge roll past a bunch of wolves that are moving faster than you. And so having armor is really nice. Grim Tangle, similar story. You're trying to like dodge roll past enemies in caverns and they get a few swipes on you. Having armor is really nice. Cemetery also is not really worth killing anything in Cemetery because, again, like you're right off the bat, you're trying to get under leveled by like 3 levels or something immediately, which requires you to like skip half of, like almost all of the first 5 zones. But that's kind of like speed farming meta, so it doesn't necessarily apply to most players. Zuladorf said, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you for introducing me to this build in last patch. in last patch. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, to anybody who played, any of you out there who maybe played Spark Twister Invoker Monk and was kind of like sketchy about how it performed at League Start, that build at League Start, especially in the like day one, is way weaker than this build will be. This will be so much stronger and better, particularly on day one. The Spark Twister Invoker was just a really unique flavor of a Twister build. I wanted to make a cast on crit Spark build masquerading as a Twister build there. And so it was kind of weird, the scaling at first before you had good Spark damage. It wasn't all that great. It was phenomenal in the super endgame when I had like level 38 Spark going on in temples, but it took a while to ramp up to that. This build, it's truly its greatest strength is going to be like right off from the get-go, day one. I mean, this build will probably, literally, like the best thing about this build is going to be day one Twister, I imagine. It's going to be just gonna crush everything else in terms of its top end performance on day one. Assuming you play Twister well and you don't screw up the rotations real bad and stuff. Which is why you should practice right now. Log in. Go practice. Every single one of you thinking about playing Twister should at least practice it up to midway through Act 2. Get that little Frost Nexus thing going on. See the light on that. Realize that moment and what you're looking forward to. Figure out the parry fangs of Frost in Act 1. Understand that Act 1 is a little bit of a slog for Twister compared to when you get kicking in Act 2. I was going to go back to Toxic Pathfinder, but after that got super nerfed, then Twister's easy choice. There you go. Hey, Snoo, when is it that we swap Frost Nexus for Salvo in the late game? Okay, yeah, that's part of the second major transition in the build. So first off, what I want to say about Frost Nexus is I may not run Frost Nexus, like, at all. I am going to rush Balbala and get that done, like, ASAP, basically. Well, my normal time. I guess I do Keth and Buried Shrines, but basically I'm going to get it done ASAP because I want to see if Vivid Stag completely replaces the need for Frost Nexus. If it does, we have things like either prolonged duration or actually deliberation support would be pretty good. Just straight up 20% damage multiplier to Twister instead. So imagine if you had deliberation support in here. That would be nice to have 20% damage multiplier. If you already got shock ground everywhere, you don't need... And you'd still be freezing enemies, by the way. It's not like you're not freezing enemies. You still got ice-tipped arrows. Right, so like even if you're doing shock twisted... And also, in the beginning, this would like guarantee you're shocking everything. If you have shock twisters and ice-tipped arrows, you're shocking and freezing everything, as opposed to just probably freezing everything and maybe shocking things, like maybe bosses. I mean, well, if you have a lesser storm rune in your weapon, you're shocking all enemies up to Act 3. At least like bosses after several hits. For replace Frost Nexus, Vivid Stampede, you need high crit now. No, I mean, according to what I'm seeing, I can't remember. Let's see if I can find it. I don't see the highlight on here. Anyway, Vivid Stampede, the indicator for Vivid Stampede, is it on here? Maybe it's on here. No, they don't have the thing updated. Anyway, if you check the reveal, Vivid Stampede is supposedly giving shocked ground on leap land. Like every land. Like you can see it in the showcase. It's shocked ground on like every pounce or whatever. It looks like. Only on the 4th leap. I saw it on... It appeared to be on every leap from what I saw. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm looking at it. We still got it. So it says, call upon the spirits of a stag, sending them leaping forward. Each stag releases damaging shockwave. That is not shocked ground. Each time it lands. So that's every leap. And any stag that travel the maximum possible distance also leave behind shocked ground. This doesn't explicitly say that the wording is kind of weird. It is kind of implying that it only leaves shocked ground on the final leap. But I remember seeing this. That's not actually shocked ground there. Maybe it was only on this one that I saw it. That's 2 layers of shocked ground there. To me, it looks like the first 2 didn't leave shocked ground, and then like the second 2. It's the shocking leap support. You think so, really? Wait, did it even hit an enemy though? Okay, yeah, it did. Alright, that is possible. That is possible that whoever's doing the showcase is also using that. Anyway, there was another part I saw with Sacred Unity. When I saw this here, I saw a whole bunch of more shock ground. Not right there. Where was it? I know there was at least one instance where I saw it like everywhere. That's a little bit of shock ground. I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating it a little bit, but... Oh, maybe. Is 2 layers of shocked ground for multiply? No. No. Well, either way, I'm under the belief that you will not need crit and shocking leap support to get shock ground with stag, but maybe it only shows up in the last place you're running, which means in the campaign you're gonna have a tendency to like follow it where it's going, and maybe it's a little bit weird and annoying and clunky in the campaign, and you just go ahead and stay with Frost Nexus, possibly. But it could be that it actually feels pretty good to do that, too. So I don't know. You don't use Wake of Destruction? No, I think Wake of Destruction is a great twink item in the beginning. But it's going to be very expensive this time, probably. There's already like 10 to 20 exalts early first half of day 1. Last league. And the league before. The flat damage roll is the real reason why it's good, though. Arthur says, I'm out for 2 out of 2 Pee-wee leagues. What do you recommend for Ascendancy? I want to play something stress-free, you know, don't want to die too much. Decent clear and decent bosses. Based on exactly the way you worded that, I would just suggest going Deadeye. Do you think Spear will be stronger than Bow? I don't know. I'm not paying much attention to bows, so at this time, so... Yeah, I just explore everything I can with spears and... feel pretty good about that. Could Oracle Twister be stronger than Spirit Walker or Deadeye in the late in game? I actually don't know enough about Oracle Twister to know for sure. Like, I have a better idea about Lich Twister now than Oracle Twister. We talked about Lich Twister a little bit earlier. Like, I don't like how Spirit Starved it is, for example. Deadeye, what skill? Twister? Oh, I thought you said you wanted to play Twister. Yeah, I thought that was assumed that you wanted to play Twister. So I would say yes. Did I post the League Start guide? I should say. I don't know why my bot's lagging. I was practicing the build. It felt really good until Act 3. I wonder if it was because I'm too lazy to get my ascendancy. No. Your spear was outdated, maybe. Or your spear wasn't all that good in Act 2, and it was too outdated. If you get, like, a really, really good spear in Act 2, then you don't really need to replace it until, like, Act 4 or even Interludes. But if your spear is kind of meh in Act 2, you kind of need to try to keep replacing it every act. The best way to do spear is just get the highest percent increased damage roll. Minimum. And that makes it halfway decent. And you can craft on it if you want. The best spear to craft on is... If you have essences, access to essences, the best spear to craft on is percent increased damage and then hit it with the flat fizz essence. Because that doubles up the flat fizz and percent fizz and you're fine right there. If you don't have access to essences, then the best spear to start on is a flat fizz spear because you have a decent chance of exalt slamming percent in there, one way or another. Has there any info on if there's a timer on the owl feathers for how long the feathers last after the roll? No, there doesn't seem to be any sort of indicator on the buff bar either, what we can see. I don't know. Tangled Tongue is viable. Tangled Tongue is a good choice, especially in a world where crafting spears is going to be a lot harder in the early game. I don't think you guys realize just how good Tangled Tongue is because we don't have to try and craft a freaking spear on day one. That would be awful, especially with the changes to everything, you know. All the crafting changes. Gem cut order. If we go to... See, I have to, like, redo all this stuff. Thought I do. Gem priority. That's weird. We gotta make it... I mean, I might have to press edit. What? I don't know. I guess it just... What the hell? What's this thing doing? Yeah, that is weird. Our lives have become much easier now with ice-tipped arrows. Any weapon elemental damage, fizz damage works, making it much easier to get good weapons. You no longer need to have only high physical damage. Yeah, it's kind of true. Percent increase elemental damage is really premium on the passive tree, and we have a lot of access to that. In the late stages, Trinity is going to be way more powerful. Pretty freaking cool. I think all of this is synced up already. Just looking like everything should look the same, basically. But this will be different on the passive tree. That still holds. Most ironically, I have no idea what we're gonna do with the Atlas tree, obviously. Is this? Yeah, this is the old one. Pun intended? If I said a pun, it was not intended. It was so not intended, I didn't even catch it. Whoa. Okay, early campaign. I guess the only thing I gotta mess with is this here. Yeah, this is where things get messed up. I gotta put these back in the right order. I would have to do this every single time, unfortunately. I mean, I probably have to re-import one more time when POB finally gets the ascendancy in the right passive tree. Succession, harness. Wait, what? I need 5 rows. Harness the elements. So good in the beginning. So what I'm doing right now is I'm fixing the order of passive. So even if you're like, I don't know, if you're like swapping the build or something and you don't know the exact snapshot you will work on, regardless of whether you choose like early campaign, late campaign, Atlas progression, you're gonna have the right passive order to go for, whether it involves weapon set points or not. A bit of a headache to get all that where I wanted, but it'll be helpful. Okay, we did that already. Alright, late campaign. See, I have to do this for every one of them. Stalk and leap, disorientation. Whoop. Succession, harness. Catalysis, dance with death, acceleration. Whoop. Hail. Focus, roll, precise, prolong, catapult. Precision. Okay. Stalk, harness, yeah, we drop a few things here. Agile, stand and deliver. Stand. My favorite passive. Acceleration. Hail. Starts to get complicated. A lot of passives. Woo. All right. See what I missed here. Concerned about having to follow stacks to get shot ground. I just know they're going to put it on some chaos dot ground to get me killed. You don't have to stand on the shot ground. You just got to grab it real quick. For a noob who's never used Twister, is there any chance you could quickly go over the rotation for the main stages of the build? Also might save you some questions for dedicated section. Yeah, I kind of talk about it off and on throughout the whole thing. If you go to the how it works section, you'll kind of see it. This is on all variants. I'll just read it here. some of the skills that boost Twister are actively prepped during the required window of time between Salvo and what will be Primal Bounty now, working in the back end. That's a passive buff. The way the rotation works is to maximize damage, at least single target, you would typically want to use Twister about once every 5 to 6 seconds. That's the amount of time it will take for Salvo to complete, and that's the amount of time it would take for the Primal Bounty to give 2 Owl Feathers. Potentially 3 if cooldown recovery global works on that, but I'm not anticipating it does. So that you don't even have to think about, really. You just have to dodge roll in here, which is why it says with a simple dodge roll and a few seconds in between, Salvo and Primal Bounty load up the high Twister projectile count. Meanwhile, like right after dodge, at some point after dodge rolling, Whirling Slash combined with Vivid Stampede locks in a supercharged elemental whirlwind. And so you would Whirling Slash towards the Vivid Stampede, wherever it's going, which would maybe just kind of move in the direction you're going. Single target, you might have to, like, I don't know, Whirling Slash from in front of the boss to the behind the boss or something, maybe. Although if Vivid Stag is targeting a boss, you probably don't have to do that. That might be one of the nice things about Sacred Unity, where stags leap in the direction of the boss. Maybe it just like constantly leaps over the boss in the same place. That would be the hope. So it's dodge roll followed by Whirling Slash at least 3 times. And you still have a couple seconds remaining because, again, this whole thing needs to take place within about 5-second window. Also, at some point in there, either before or after all of this, you need to use Ice-Tipped Arrows and Barrage. Ice-Tipped Arrows only needs to be used once every 4 times, but Barrage you would probably want to use every time, at the high end anyway. Yeah, generally you'd want to use it every time. So the really, really important things here would be dodge roll, Whirling Slash, Barrage. And then Salvo and Primal Bounty are working on the back end for that, at least if you do the dodge roll. Out of that entire equation, Ice-Tipped Arrows would be the least important thing in the end game, but it's still good, especially single target. Add some single target damage. How exactly do you produce all the frenzy charges? It's definitely not going to be full of frenzies each cast, right? Yeah, probably not. I don't know. Single target. Typically in maps and stuff, Combat Frenzy is just good enough. We'll get, 1 or 2 frenzy charges every 5 seconds passively. And, you don't need full stacking frenzy charges. And you still got like charged, I forget the name of the support gem we put in Barrage, but 35% chance for charges not to be, not to lose the charges when you use them, and then that charge profusion on Combat Frenzy. Sometimes you'll have max charges in maps, sometimes you won't. You always have at least a few frenzy charges you're kind of building up, and it's good enough in maps. Single target, obviously you'll freeze the boss at some point, and you'll get a couple charges there, but if you're not willing to do parry, you're not going to have much. The highest end version, which is not even featured in the build, would be using parry and disengage to get basically max charges every single time you use Twister. I don't really want to use disengage. I tested it a little bit. I don't think it's going to be that necessary. And I have faith that Frenzied Riposte on Stag is actually going to work pretty well for that. So a little bit of like, parry, Whirling Slash around procs Vivid Stag. The previous Twister cast is doing 50% more damage to the enemy because they have the parry debuff. The parry debuff lasts like 5 seconds when fully spec'd into it. And yeah, I mean, the goal is to have... I mean, I'll come out with a... Yeah, I was thinking about coming out with a video where I try to showcase what parry and Twister look like combined. Should probably do that. Another video idea. Video ideas, Vivid, Stampede supports, parry plus Twister. Twister 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 bossing rotation with parry. That could be valuable. Hit the ground running with Twister. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Actually, that's really what I'll... using... ice-tipped arrows? The end game, I'll at least know to talk about that in the beginning. These are tech videos that I could come out with before league start. Why do you take elemental ailment threshold over stun threshold if you're using parry? Because we have basically no sources of elemental ailment threshold, and it's going to be a concern that we might get frozen, ignited, or stuff too much. That's just a straight up more premium stat to get. That's harder to access. That's the idea there. I mean, it is only 2 passive points away, actually. Right here. But I hate spending passive points for this. And there is a more defensive version of this build that involves taking things like Wildcat. That evasion rating while moving doesn't actually count for whirling slash moving, though, so that's a big reason why we don't take that. Yeah, and then there's all like bestial skin and stuff. I've seen a few POBs of Twister, and they're very much on the defensive side. I noticed that, and this is just the way I play, I tend to put basically all of my passive points into power, into damage. To me, if you're going to play a build like Twister, Twister doesn't lend itself to favoring a tanky playstyle. It lends itself to playing a, and again, this might change a bit, a high recovery, high damage, kill everything before it can even see you playstyle. The Y-Doc dance? Yeah, what up? I always love seeing a little Y-Doc stuff. Should we catch a Plague Harvester to get chilled ground for the interludes? I don't think so. I don't think that'd be necessary. Sniper's Mark's an option for a single target. Yeah, it would cost a slot, a skill slot. It's just I'm not a huge fan of hard casting that when you can't even make it, you can't even reduce the cast rate with skill speed, cast speed reduction. And as for Sniper's Mark in particular, you would have to try and use it like every 5 seconds or something. And I don't know. I mean, the build already has a lot of things going on for that 5-second window. I don't really want to hard cast Frenzy Mark, but it is a decent idea. If you have the skill slot free and you want to do it, that's fine. I always found hard casting Sniper's Mark to be really clunky anytime I tried. And I did try a few times. The increased evasion while moving counts for whirling slash. Alright, well that's weird because I actually tested it in a game like 2 days ago. I didn't see it. Things like restrictions on you have to move 20 meters until this is unlocked, that does work for whirling slash, but the actual like while moving thing, to me the game registered, and anything like whirling slash mobility is considered standing still the whole time. That's what I gathered from it. You feeling ready for the league? Yeah, did you guys catch? Nobody even said this in the comments or whatever. I'm actually gonna league start on time, barring some disaster or something. But I'm going to bed at like 3 a.m. and league starts at 4 a.m. and I'm gonna be absolutely miserable. But I'm gonna try to I guess I'm gonna try to take a super late night nap. It would be like 2 or 3 hour nap, and wake up at exactly the time of a 3 p.m. stove. Yeah, I mean, I would expect you to say it for sure. What? How? I can't believe I haven't seen any comments. Like, I thought people would be like, Oh my God, praise the Messiah. He's gonna log in at the right time. The Messiah's returned, or something crazy. Comments like that. Oops. Almost done with this. I'm kind of taking a sweet time. I enjoy hanging out with you guys today. I sometimes neglect you guys a little bit. Always speed running, always focusing on this and that. This is one of our rare sort of Y-Doc-like streams where we're sort of relaxing, just answering questions, etc. We got rated by Prada like immediately. Like, I don't even know how he rated me that fast. He rated me like 5 seconds into stream. Apparently he's got notifications set about me going live. He must have been like, oh, I guess I read those. Wait, Snoopy just logged in. Boom, raid. It had to be like that. There's no way it wasn't. He must have been like saying things like that in chat. W Prada, absolutely. Mind if I ask any advice for a build I want to run? Hey, by the way. Well, you got to tell me what kind of gameplay you like. I'm all about Twister. I am all about Twister. Like I'm so all about Twister. I can't even recommend you other builds because I don't even know what's good. There's something kind of endearing about that. Like Giga specializing. A lot of you guys know that I'm a teacher in Japan. Yesterday I was teaching a student, and they know that I do content. And none of my students have any idea what I actually do. But one of my students apparently asked AI what I'm known for as a streamer. As a Japanese person, has like no context whatsoever. And apparently ChatGPT or whatever they says that Snoobe is like the primary voice of Twister or something, like he's the most trusted voice of Twister. I was like, really? So I somehow convinced AI to make everybody come see me. That's crazy. I had no idea that even AI is on my side. That's insane. That's actually freaking huge because that's the way a lot of people get information. They Google it. They just Google AI. Hey, I want to play a Twister build in Path of Exile 2. Whose build guide should I follow? And it is going to promote me above everyone else. Like, what? That's crazy. That's so wild. Because I use Google and AI that way now myself. So I know the ramifications of that. And it just kind of makes me realize that if you want to be successful in this world nowadays, you have to try to be the best or most knowledgeable or like the number one resource of something in that category. It doesn't matter how specialized it is, but it has to be somewhat specialized, and you have to try to be greater than everyone else, like, because that's the way the world's moving now. It didn't used to be like that, like, 10 years ago or whatever. Like, you could, like, when somebody wants to buy a product or a service, they can very easily search where to get the absolute best version of that product or service so easily now. I mean, AI isn't 100% honest, but ChatGPT, why is my wife leaving me for Snoopy? Yeah, I tried to come up with a joke, but I stalled. Sorry. It's my version of a stall stream. It was so weird though, hearing my own student who has like no contextual understanding of the game talk about like using terms that like nobody knows about except people who are intimately familiar, because it's just like reading it off ChatGPT. I was like, yeah, that's right. Wait, what am I doing? No, I screwed that up. No, I did the wrong thing. Hold on, I can fix it. Harness agile stand, deliver, dance. Harness, agile, stand, deliver, dance. Harness, agile, stand, deliver, enhance. Okay. That should be good. And then prolonged assault, dizzy sweep, and then acceleration, hail. I mean, I suppose I can fix that. There we go. Not that it matters that much. Any interesting news in the PoE world? I did see that GGG is still dropping, like, they're dropping, like, multiple little teasers about mechanics and league stuff all day long. Oops, wrong one. Anticipation. Crashing wave. Flow like water, moment of truth. Oh, I'm gonna have to put in Vivid Stampede again. I need you guys to confirm that I'm using the best minion supports for the bear. That's not my strong suit. We'll get that soon. Now, I don't normally... I didn't really want to do this, but I guess for the end game, I'll still do it. Maybe 2 teasers tomorrow as well. Imagine they put swords in. Have you ever tried armor breaking twisters on a warrior? No, we did armor breaking twisters on a monk though last league to get frenzy charges with resonance keystone. If I was going warrior, I'd go titan and focus on AoE breakpoint twisters. Cause that's freaking crazy. AoE breakpoint twisters? What? I noticed that people aren't asking me for a crafting guide this time. Why is that? Nobody's asking about crafting guides for the build. They were asking about it a lot last league at this time. Especially like two days in the league. Like nobody's even asking. Like there's like hundreds of comments in the video and not a single one about, hey, how do I craft this item or something. I was waiting to get bombarded with crafting videos. Or maybe, I don't know, I'm probably conflating PoE 1 a bit. Can you make crafting guide? No! Not like this. That's the kind of video I really don't want to make, but gonna have to. Oh, no hail. No hail. What? What? Hmm. I think crafting would feel pretty good. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like everybody understands. Imagine if PoE players were understanding. Maybe PoE players understand that this league is going to go crazy with crafting methods, and between the crafting nerfs to essences and the new crafting method that nobody knows, it's the overwhelming understanding nature of the PoE 2 community is such that nobody's even bothering to ask because they just understand up front that it's not really possible to come out with a good crafting guide. Yeah, that must be it. Man, the way I pumped you guys up there. Whew. Going to do that about once per stream session. That sort of glazing. Not every day the streamer glazed the shit out of his own, out of the PoE2 community. I mean, wow, wow. That's tough to swallow. I don't know if this is right. I'm just gonna put it in this order for now. Echoing. Moment. Jugular, get out of here. True Strike. True. Whoa. True Strike's in the wrong place. Deadly True Strike for the Jugular. Deadly Force. Distracted. Chakra. Cooked. Frenetic. Mindful of material. Self-modification. Oh. Yeah. Yep. That would be the order. Any idea if Twister is going to be good with Leech? Mana Leech will be useful for Twister, I think. But not necessarily mandatory. I think before you have Mana Leech, you can just use Mana Flask sparingly if you need to. I think once you get the Lavianka's Mana Flask, it'll naturally give you a decent amount of mana regen to help. I think if you're struggling with mana, a great idea is to go 3 points right here. This is a lot of mana efficiency and a little bit of regen. That's like the first choice for getting some help with mana on the passive tree. Well, there are other things, like if you're struggling with mana on maps for whatever reason, and you don't have a jewel for it, 2% max mana on kill is 2 points, really good. What I'm trying to say is in the end game, when you get high costing twisters, everything kind of fast, your mana sinking a bit. I think even with the mana nerfs, a twister like that small amount of regen, because we don't need like a huge amount of mana regen to make twister work when we're not scaling skill gem levels, especially not even using like Essence of Battle, right? This is like our skill gem is really truly going to be max level 1 or 21, I think. Whirling Slash will actually be level 1. Life, on the other hand, totally different story. It truly is a huge boon to survivability. The extreme amount of leech and overleeching you can get with Twister, whether you're doing Energy Shield or Life. And so I'm trying to imagine with the nerfs to Ghost Dance, the way we're scaling Energy Shield evasion, even without taking any special tech in the tree, the changes to like Energy Shield regen versus instantly getting it. The fact that deflection is buffed, and if you get some of that on gear. I have played Ghost Dance, like relatively high evasion Ghost Dance Twister before in 0.3 Deadeye, and it sufficed. It replaced the need for Leech on Life. It really did. It was good, and that was my initial intention going into this league before they blew up all forms of like life recovery, Energy Shield recovery. I think it's going to be fine. I do. Especially, I don't actually know this, but I assume with Ghost Dance regen, you can get multiple copies of it. Like if you get hit 3 times in 1 second, you'll actually have 6% Energy Shield recharge or regen rather than 2. I hope. And so you'll regen a whole bunch. But, if we look at the end game here, we can see that with relatively good gear, we have the best Energy Shield evasion base armor, body armor, gloves, and boots. And then we have the best Energy Shield helmet. And Subterfuge is getting nerfed, by the way. This is going to be 1 evasion per every 1 Energy Shield. That's going to take us from around 60% evasion to around 56 or 57. for the record. Because if I remove this, yeah, I'll have around 9,000 evasion. Again, I may change. I don't know. I'm thinking about changing a couple things, but anyway. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. So if we have around 9,000 evasion, and we only get 2% of that, it'll be like 200 energy shield per second, I guess. It's 2%, right? Is that what it is? 2%? Times 4. So the total amount of energy shield we'll gain is 720. If you have 4 ghost dance stacks, you can potentially get up to like 3,000 energy shield recovery in 4 seconds. I don't think there's any way to really enable more energy shield recovery. Like, for example, this line here got changed. It doesn't even work with, it doesn't just say global recovery rate. Wouldn't work with ghost dance anyway, I don't think. The mid-end game variant has 20,000 energy shield, a lot more. And the big difference there is that what I'm showcasing here is gloves that have no energy shield mods, boots that do but they only have 2, and body armor that does but only has 2. So you can get even more, right? And the helmet only has 2. So all of the energy shield items, none of them have maxed out energy shield mods. So you can still get way higher ES and evasion on all 4 of these items, potentially. Also don't have any energy shield on the rings, which you can get. So a last minute change, by the way. Came in with gold ring with Calandra's Touch. I'm really happy. I think I can squeeze in Calandra's Touch, so you don't have to actually craft 2 rings, which is super annoying. You only have to craft 1. I don't actually have Leech on the build at all, as of now. So I'm not really sure if it's going to be necessary. Gain life on hit with gloves should be enough for life. I think Twister is good enough at mass hitting that it will be decent enough to cover for, like, well, you know, we're not supposed to have our life dip hardly at all on this build. I mean, it happens if you take chaos damage or something, but otherwise, no. Kind of see how I did this. Harness, agile, stand. Harness? Where is it at? Oh, I'm not taking it now. Right. Agile. Okay. Dance prolonged dizzying. Oh yeah, not taking prolonged here. Wait, what? Isn't that? Oh. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to try and make an order out of this. Tenfolds, flow state. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really even make sense to try and make a order out of the super late in-game variant. But I suppose I'll do it. Too bad I heard you have Japanese waifu. That's not the case. No. No wife or waifu. Hard knock life. Or shall I say the no knock life? Yeah, that was too real. When the joke hits too hard. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Is this moment of truth? Actually, crashing wave next. Crashing wave. What do you guys think about the fact that I'm wrapping all the way into the monk starting location? That's pretty wild, huh? Going all the way back up here for 4%. Because it's 4%. If this was only 3%, I wouldn't do it. But it's 4%. It's like bonus. Why is it 4% skill speed? That's so weird. I remember they buffed it because they were like, "Oh, the monk has a weak start. Let's buff it from 3 to 4% skill speed." I know. Well, monk is an amazing Act 1 sentence or class. What do you think about Abyssal Lich? I think about the same thing everyone else thinks. It sounds god awful for leveling early on, and I don't want to like. You're better off playing. Well, you're best off probably leveling as like a contagion or something, which I absolutely wouldn't want to do. Comes online eventually all at once and sounds really strong, but still requires good gear. Very spirit starved. Can't do a great many things with spirit. Most notably, things like Trinity won't work in there. But it will move fast and have super high proc speed. So I mean, it sounds good. It just there are multiple things I don't like about it, but I recognize it as good. Precision. Yes. Moment of truth. The other ones. Oh, cooked. Huh. See, these would all be together. Wait, what? Where's Oh. Shit. I gotta fix that. Oh my god. Damn it. Okay. What is your take on how all feathers will work in the showcase? Seems if you don't use all feathers for 2.67 seconds, you lose your stacks. I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think there's some weird speculation, but it sounds too egregious for that to be a real thing. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like if that is a real thing, they will fix it day one. If they haven't already. That would be really bad if they don't. Talking about how getting a new owl feather will remove the buff from the previous dodge roll if you don't use it within the time span. Like I played PoE long enough. Like you learn what you learn to some extent. I mean, obviously there's some gray area in terms of like, well, the developers want a skill to work with this way, but I have it in my mind it works a different way. And sometimes you're like, well, if the developers want it working this way, I guess that makes sense. This is not one of those things. It's like, I played the game long enough to know how they make skills and how they balance things. There's no way in hell that they want that to work that way. There's no way in hell. So that's either a straight up bug or fucked up game design, and they will fix it. Too much experience seeing these sorts of things over time. I assume most of you agree, especially PoE 1 veterans out there who are familiar with the tech I'm referring to. I feel like worst case scenario is it's working in the worst way possible now. And, well, who knows? Maybe they do their New Zealand vacationing thing and over the weekend and nobody touches it for like 3 days. And they come back Monday and they're like, oh, shit. And they fix it immediately. That would be like worst case scenario. So it would not work properly for 3 days. Yeah, or people are just like reading, just, you know, reading into the thing a little too much. A little too much. Could be the case. Hey. King's B-Day this weekend. What? No way. No way. Wait, how do... I can't edit the item. It has to be done down here, huh? Really? Global defenses. Weeks. Boop. By the way, this can be a ruby or sapphire. Doesn't have to be a sapphire. It shares the same mods. The global defenses mod is a desecrated mod. This won't even be all that terribly hard to craft, I don't think, because well, actually I'm not sure what essence mods you can get in there, but if you can like essence the third mod and then desecrate the last mod, I mean, the global defenses mod is a very common desecrated result too. Hello Snoobay, your meta build will control the market this league. Oh really? Honestly, do you guys really think Twister is going to be meta? There actually are a lot of other... There's... From what I've seen, there's no other major content creators who are going Twister. Is there any content creator who's like bigger than I am going Twister? It is. Are you not watching YouTube? I've seen some creators who have like 4, 5, 6,000 subs, but yeah, I wasn't aware. Crip, I did hear about Crip, but yeah, I did hear about that. Actually, I saw his build guide. I don't like the way he made the build. I mean, he made the build like a hardcore player would make a build. It's like, it's going to be a tiny fraction of the damage that mine does. But I guess it'll be tanky. It is 0 crit scaling even. Like not a single node taken into crit. He's not even prioritizing crit. Darth Micro? Yeah, Darth Micro's doing minions, I think. That'd be insane if Darth Micro actually did Twister though. As far as, you know, big name streamer. Twister would be the biggest bait build in PoE 2 history in my opinion. It's not strong, but not for everyone. No, I actually agree. I honestly kind of agree. One creator mentioned you and is going Twister too. Who's that? I mean, a smaller creator, I assume. I don't know if he is bigger, but Guy That Dies also goes to. Okay, yeah, I mean, no, well, Guy That Dies is kind of an anomaly, but he is suddenly becoming very popular. I don't know about streamers, but I think a lot of the player base is going Twister. I feel like Twister on Spirit Walker with dodge roll. If you don't proc with perfectly, I just feel like they should be really good with it. I don't think dodge roll is that big of a deal. Oh, Zizarin is doing Twisters? Wow. That would be crazy. Locahol is doing Twisters? Okay, I didn't know. I didn't realize that. I'll have to look into what he's doing. I find it hard to believe Zizarin is doing Twisters. Is he even going to like that playstyle? Red Vials is Twister. I did see Red Vials was practicing Deadeye Twisters. I wasn't sure if he was going to really do it or not. I saw him practicing it. Yeah, I mean, Guy That Dies is like extraordinarily popular. He's going to have... Guy That Dies is going to have like 1,000 people in his stream, at least, on day one. But then like 1 week from now, he'll have like 100 or something. Unless he figures out how to become an endgame, Andy or something. I feel a little bit bad for him, actually, because I know what it's like to be, stuck in a niche and then you just kind of ride the wave and then the wave's gone, and that is his niche, League Start. So we'll see. I mean, people like Havoc and Tai Killer dealt with the same thing in PoE1, Massive, unbelievable, huge audience on day one, but then just teeters out afterward. And it's because, he's not... Yeah, I noticed that he doesn't have a good in-game Twister build. That's why, meanwhile, I kind of feel a little bit bad for Guy That Dies, because, somebody like Guy That Dies, he's so skilled at the game, but if he had even a fraction of the knowledge that I have about Twister in the end game and the wisdom about how to make a build and things to watch out for on that, if he had even a fraction of it, like, it would do him so well. And he's not reached out to me or anybody that I know of to ask questions. Like, I'm trying to imagine what it would be like if Guy That Dies, like, reached out and asked to collab with me or something. It would have been pretty cool, but he doesn't seem like he seems very much like a do-it-yourself kind of person. I'm kind of the same way, though, so that's just the way things play out sometimes. And that's okay. We can't all be socially adept and all about that socializing. Socializing. Ugh. Man, talking to viewers on stream is hard enough. Whew. Whew. All right. So yeah, I'm having to repopulate this thing. Actually, wary dodging might not even matter. Twisters is complicated shit for us noobs. I know. I may regret having the wolf tech in the beginning. That might be regrettable. I don't know. We'll see. Ironically, it's kind of good, though, in a way that, like, you won't screw up the weapon set assignments in Act 1, at least, because you don't have to assign the specific skills to weapons that's in Act 1. So at least you'll be able to get through Act 1 without, like, completely effing up the weapon set assignments. Have you watched the latest video Calgarian Gem they released? Nope. You can go ahead and link it here if you want. If it's a YouTube video. Maybe we'll look. I think this is going to be pretty expensive, this league. I was going to put it in the official guide start, but that would have been a bad idea. Wait, is this... Wait. Are these implicits or enchants or what? They didn't look like enchant text. Oh, no audio. Sorry, I didn't realize. My bad. Right. We should have put that on today. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. The Runes of Elder League contains remnant encounters that can grant you a huge variety of rewards. Among these are Kalguran skills, fusions of Kalguran rune shapes and Rayclast magic that are powered by your runic ward instead of mana. They also don't have attribute requirements, meaning they can be used with any class. You'll need to plan your ward costs around them, but with the right armor, and maybe a rune or two, you can augment your character with runic might, or even make a build dedicated to these new skills. Raise chilling volatile orbs with Bitter Dead, which spends ward to create chilling cores to seek out your enemies and explode them, also dealing damage and leaving behind a rune that deals cold damage over time. Exploding the corpses of enemies after they're dead might feel a little ancient. Instead, detonate your foes while they're still alive, causing enemies hit with detonate living that are under the cull threshold to immediately explode. Conductive Runes spends ward to create a number of runes in front of you. After arming, these hazardous runes will explode when stepped on by an enemy, dealing lightning attack damage and causing electrocution buildup. This skill excels in getting you out of your current predicament, incapacitating pursuers or getting you out of a tight corner. Runeforged Blades spends ward to make supported skills fire projectiles after fully armor breaking an enemy. Investing into projectile modifiers like Pierce or Chain will boost it even further. Eternal March taps into your reserves of runic ward to instantly restore your dead minions to life. Use it as a panic button when a boss crushes your army into dust, or even provide more fuel for minion
Twister tech?
explosions. Just be careful, as spending this much ward will leave you vulnerable. If you want to cosplay a turtle without holding a pesky shield, Runic Reprieve has you covered, literally. This channeled spell behaves quite similarly to raising your shield, blocking all hits you take. It even protects your back.
Steadfast plus that?
However, every time you're hit, your ward depletes, and you can't recover it while channeling. Additionally, every hit causes heavy stun buildup on you, just like raising your shield.
Oh,
Sometimes what's buried in the past can still hurt you. Fragments of the Past creates a Verisium volcano, which spews ice fragments around you for a duration. This is an excellent way to augment your ice fragment builds, complementing your Wolf's Cross Slash or a Feasing Salvo ice build, as well as others. Try out these Kalgura, complementing your Wolf's Cross Slash or
wait. We have an ice fragment build. Spend runic ward to create Verisium volcano that deals damage on initial eruption and triggers ice fragments. So, does this cost us a gem slot? You guys want to add another button to the twister rotation? Yeah? You guys ready for that? I guess you could put a tornado or put a volcano on a boss in the beginning of the fight, maybe. With 2 additional projectiles. I mean, maybe this could add a whole bunch of damage single target. It's possible. Because it looks like it'll synergize with ice fragments by triggering them immediately, and it will give bonus damage to this thing itself. You know, if you don't care about ward defense, which, glass cannon, baby. I don't care about that. I don't know, maybe this could be good. It's got a lot of really good tags. Cold, proj, AoE, duration. Those are the kind of tags I like to see on this build.
Slash or a Feasing Salvo ice build, as well as others. Try out these Kalguran gems and more on May 29th in the Return of the Ancients launch. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
Well, like maybe like early on before you even like get your max skill count used, you could do that. Possible. You see Twister with armor break being insane. Runeforged blades. Twister with armor break. Ooh. Hi sir, may you suggest which build was properable for early league starter? It depends on what kind of player you are. Some people say Twister is really good. If you want something more simple, turn and shoot. ED Contagion is good. Essence Drain Contagion, I guess. Is it ED Contagion or just Contagion something? We got bow builds. Lightning arrows still okay. Some people talking plants. Does freezing salvo work on Twister? No, you can't do that. Unless you have weapon swap with bow. That'd be the only way. Okay. Couple more jewel slots to fix. Gain. Fire. Gain. Lightning. Duration. And I don't know exactly the other one. Maybe crit. Be best. Nothing is there. I needed to figure out. Oh. Okay, it is there. Okay. Only one of these mysterious points are weapon set specific. And it is this one. Actually, I don't remember. I don't remember how to assign weapon set in the app here. Maybe now. Maybe I'd do this. Oh, here. Boop. Okay. Greetings, Messiah. Do you think... Okay, first of all, this is, do you think Monk Twisters will be better than Huntress? Probably in as of the first Ascendancy point. For the remainder of the campaign, probably. Maybe not enough damage, but like... 10% gain is extra cold with global chilled ground on freeze is unbelievably good as an Ascendancy. The best one of all. But the Monk is suffering from lack of damage nodes still in the beginning. However, it gets 0.6 Twister AoE breakpoint very quickly. So, plus it has access to the Hollow Palm hybrid variant. Ooh, maybe if you want. It'll get Dance with Death slower though. I'd say generally it's Huntress is going to be better. An Act 1 Monk is miserably weak compared to Huntress Act 1. You have a negative weapon set spawn. Oh. Oh, I do. I don't know. It's supposed to match this. It's supposed to be level 98. Why is it not? Well, crap. See, that was a regular point. That's a regular point. Regular point. That's a weapon set point. It should all be regular except that one. I'm not quite sure. Well, I think Monk is also much weaker around like the second and third ascendancy point. Like the second and third ascendancy are way weaker than Deadeye or Spirit Walker, because it's like all about trying to scale crit and spirit scaling and stuff. It's just like your build not ready for that because you don't have the gear properly fleshed out for that. So monk is a little bit of a weird one. It's a bit of a mixed bag. It's basically the monk leveling is bad, except for its first ascendancy point is amaze balls. Like that's like carrying like crazy. But it's not super important that it carries like it used to be because now we have ice tipped arrows and frost nexus, so it costs you a damage support in Twister, and can get effed up on boss kills if like ice tipped arrows does the freeze, for example, then you don't get the kill ground with frost nexus, whereas you would still with invoker, so it protects you in that way from failing to get kill ground freeze on the first freeze on a boss, for example. Super annoying when that fails. But all in all, it just can't make up for the power, you know, the difference between Act 1 and then you start to get in the second and third ascendancy point. Their power scaling is so much better on junk gear with Deadeye and Spirit Walker. Does this say I have 30 points left to spend? How does it say I have 30 points left to spend? What? What in the world? Must be because, like, these numbers aren't right. It's not reading into the weapon set points. Skill speed node on weapon entry is an extra skill slot next to flow state. What? Oops. Wait, what? That didn't work? Bro, no. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. There's no undo? There's no undo? No! I should have saved before. Oh my god. Wait, do I have to build this all again? Uh... That's terrible. I don't even have an ascendancy. How do I not have an ascendancy? Open a new window? No, there's no way to open a new window. This is so annoying because I can't just re-import the POB because I've already done other work on other things. I'll just build it from scratch, it's fine. But, oh, it's because... Right, I haven't done this yet. Freaking POB, man. If only it was updated. And then this is going to be missing... Okay, I'll save that for last. This is missing a couple of important things in the end. Yeah, I mean, I can have this window open when I do this. But, okay, we go to skills. Early campaign. Actually, I don't really need shred on there. Maybe I should remove shred, because people would... They didn't save it and lost all they had when they were done. I thought they were doing tier lists. Do you guys think electromagnetism will be good on Vivid Stag? Like, will it have any use at all? I think it could be good. It's such an overpowered ability in ARPGs generally. It's something that like sucks in the enemies, especially if like AOE based damage. Electro Frenzy Charge. I hope the Frenzy Riposte thing turns out okay, at least on bosses. Am I missing something? Line Twister, Barrage, Ice Tipped. Oh, Thunder Sleep wasn't in there? I watched the clip from fighting the boss with feathers that instead of attacking the boss with a buff feather, reset and not allow you to get the buff on the attack. Man, I guess, how's everybody, like, talking about that right now? Everybody suddenly knows about that. Yeah, I don't believe it's going to be a thing. That sounds way too egregious. I feel like people are probably reading into that too much and that it was like a half-baked presentation or a buggy presentation or something, because it doesn't make sense to me why they would do that. Like, it sounds really bad. Wait, this is late campaign. Herald of Ice? Herald of Ice in late campaign? What the fuck? It's not even on here. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Do you guys like Thunder Sleep? I find it to be a little bit clunky. Okay. Progression. Vivid. So you can see, like, I'm having to do like an extra hour of work simply because I wanted to recopy the POB and make it as updated as possible. There are a couple other things that we're still missing that we're cleaning up here, but I mean, for the most part, it's kind of a BS back end work that. Why is it meat shield twice? Oh, well, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Probably good choices. That's late. Oh, that's Atlas progression. I don't know if we can get that lineage gem yet, but maybe. Actually, yeah, I'll probably switch these. I'm cutting order more likely. If I'm missing any questions here, I'm trying to glance at it as we go. I can repeat a question if I missed it. I'm going to go monk twisters first, the build you did from last league. I think the monk, I should update my monk POV. I think it would be fine. The only major concern is mana. I'm not sure how to deal with mana. Like in the end game. I think at first well, yeah, I'm not really sure how the mana's recovery is going to work on that. I think it could be a problem. What's the first unique we should try and buy straight out the gate? I mean, if it's like Act 2, then Wake of Destruction, just buy it. I mean, it'll be good for automatic elemental twister and flat damage. As far as on the guide is concerned, yeah, single targets for monk twist for monk. Cast on crit spark twister, single target will be kind of rough at first, but especially because of mana issues. For this build, single target will be pretty good. First unique to buy, I guess, is probably Call the Brotherhood. It depends on how late you are. Like, if it's before the crit transition, it'd be Call the Brotherhood. After crit transition, it'd be Tangle Tongue and Beacon of Asses. And Tangle Tongue before Beacon of Asses. The most importantly timed unique buy will be probably Tangle Tongue, because it's your weapon. And once you get it, you no longer need to worry about rare weapons, crafts, and, garbage weapons and stuff. You just want to make sure that when you get that weapon that you've already got your crit set up, or that you're really close behind, because otherwise that crit transition always screws a few people over if they don't quite do it right. I don't want you to be one of the people who gets screwed over. Even if you do it right, you will occasionally have twisters that go out that seem like they do like no damage at all because they failed to crit. And some of you may not know this, but twister, and just about every skill in the game, even if it's like shotgunning or making a ton of different projectiles, the game determines whether or not the item crits on its first initial hit, I guess, or on its attack. But either it's initial attack, or the first enemy that gets hit, the crit is then rolled and decided, and then the crit is then given to every subsequent hit for that cast for the duration of it. All of them. And, a single twister attack might hit an enemy or enemies dozens of times across the lifespan of that twister attack, because of how many there are and how long they last, and the nature of it, and the pierce and all that. And so if you fail the crit roll, that's so much damage you don't have in that twister attack. When the content gets hard, especially something like, I distinctly remember, something like Simulacrum. If you're doing Simulacrum, you need your twisters to always be doing enough damage to kill those trash mobs as they spawn in. But if you are riding on the crit roll and you fail to crit one time, probably okay. Some of those minions will be surviving into the following round and they'll still be chasing you. But if you fail to crit like 2 or 3 attacks in a row, that's like 15 or 12 or 15 seconds of no critting. And the monsters will build up and they'll start to overrun you. And then if you get like delirium bosses spawning right in the middle of that terrible timing as well, it can ruin your run. Dead, you know, on a simulacrum run, that sucks. But if your crit roll is really high and then simulacrum is like a total joke the whole time because everything just dies, like you basically don't even see monsters' health bars. You're killing them so fast in there. You don't even see their health bar. You'll see like a delirium boss spawn in. You don't even know where it spawned in because it actually died before you even identified where it was. You'll see the health bar and it'll just go, it's dead. I was getting into it with some people calling, some people on which twister is best because of Abyssal Lich. What do you think of that twister? I mean, it sounds like a great one in the end game. I think Abyssal Lich is the highest candidate for subverting expectations of people going in with a high expectation and then thinking twister is garbage with it because it's gonna have a really hard time getting online. It's not that Prada isn't letting people know or warning them, but that's just the nature of human nature. People see the twister build and they're like, oh yeah, I want to do that, and then it doesn't go that way. But I think it'll perform high in the end. I don't particularly like how it's, in terms of my own personal preference, I'm not a fan of it because of how hungry it is of your spirit and how it removes the ability to prioritize spirit for other feel-good things. You can still use a little bit of spirit, but, are you going to be able to fit Wind Dancer and Ghost Dance in? No. Are you going to be able to get Charge Regulation in? Probably not. Are you going to fit Trinity in? Hell no. You can't do that with Lich. So there's just a lot of things you can't do with the power of spirit you have. So it's just kind of rough. I don't feel like it would be a version of Twister that I would preferably play, even in the super late end game. I'd say the best thing about it, as opposed to other builds, it's probably faster. Is it faster than every other Twister build? Is it even faster than Deadeye or accuracy stacking? Because you have the minions that give you extra attack speed, and you still get the weapon set points as well. Same as Wild Speaker? Maybe it's not. I did actually watch... No, I'm not talking about prog speed. I'm talking about attack speed. I get the prog speed is fast. Well, a lot of people talk about the prog speed like that's a special thing about it. It's not that special now because of the new ascendancy with Spirit Walker. But it will still have more prog speed, and you could spam it with the same prog speed if you want. So to me, the special niche of it is the prog speed plus attack speed, if the attack speed is actually faster than other things. Okay, what are your thoughts on your nemesis, Fufcan? Or something, the way they use twisters to proc another twister? I mean, I've only heard of that. I haven't seen it, but what are they doing? Riding a Roa? Using Whirlwind Lance with it? I mean, I tested Twister with Whirlwind Lance. I hated it. I didn't like it at all. It's super finicky with where you aim. When you walk into a whirlwind that you lance, it blows up the whirlwind. You don't even get the twisters from it. So you can, if you cast Twister into a whirling lance whirlwind that is not already inside of your character, you don't get, it clips some of the twisters and you don't get the full effect out of it. You can't even do salvo with it because cast twisters in random directions. You lose the power of that. And then, yeah, what K-Ront says at the end, I don't care what anyone says. There's the attack speed mobility scaling of endgame Twister with Whirling Slash beats everything in the entire game in terms of mobility, except maybe Temporalis Blink builds. Maybe. Not even necessarily, though, because those builds have some annoying challenges of their own. like I'll say Temporalis Blink build is definitively better than Twister Whirling Slash build for Trialis the Chemist speedrunning. Okay, that's an example of Whirling Slash Twister being definitively inferior to the top end options of mobility. But aside from like really niche scenarios like that, like you take that same Trial of Sekhemis Blink build and try to like full clear rituals, do bossing with it. You try to do like breach full clear. You try to kill abysses and just generic mapping. Like it can't hold a candle to what Whirling Slash Twister can do, especially if you're looking at it on a similar budget. So when we're looking at a similar budget, you have Temporalis, you're automatically talking mirror tier budget. So I'm not a big fan of the way Temporalis builds play. They, I guess it's like the Enigma fever dream of Diablo 2 gameplay, but I'm not a huge fan of like Blink gameplay, and like it's very spell oriented. I like attack builds better anyway. And I think Whirling Slash Twister builds can pretty much keep up with the very fastest build in the game, even Blink for the most part, especially when you factor in the damage capacity and overall strength of the build. Because like Blink Temporalis builds are much more niche than they are like well-rounded, so to speak. Yeah, but have you considered that if I play Temporalis Blink build, I don't get a really dope build guide from a nice guy? Yeah, okay, Crimson. Okay. Good justification. Now, I'm not going to say that like Temporalis Blink builds aren't awesome in their own right. It's a combination of I just don't prefer to have mobility in that way. To me, it's not as fun and good. Like to me, like the flow state works really well with Whirling Slash at super high end because that feels very fluid. It's very fast and very fluid. And it also feels fluid but also dynamic with like all the things you do with, once you get used to the rotation and stuff, it's not that bad. I've been trying to research League Start. Could you help me understand the difference between Spirit Walker and Deadeye Twister versus Amazon Twister? Honestly, if you're new to the game, my answer to you is there's fundamentally no major difference. It's just a flavorful difference, really. I think Amazon is categorically weaker than the other two now, but it's still good. I think Spirit Walker and Deadeye are going to be competitive. Deadeye is going to be a little bit better single target than Spirit Walker. Spirit Walker will probably handle clear. Spirit Walker will definitely be better at clear than Deadeye because that's what 200% additional prog speed does to clear. But yeah, Deadeye will always trump every other ascendancy for Twister in terms of like single target. If nothing else, because of the convenience of being able to get frenzy charges without having to use an like extra button. What about the new Monk hollow form? I actually don't know. I haven't looked into like Monk enough to know, really. Thanks for the build. Does the build need to go crit for all the end game, or is it not required? We're not doing like a cast on crit setup, so it's not crazy important that you go super hard into crit, but it is with doing Tangle Tongue and Beacon of Ashes. I think actually later on, after you graduate out of those two items, it's actually less important that you go like super hard on crit. You're going to be using Headhunter, so you won't spec 100% crit. You'll spec like 60, 70% crit and let Headhunter give you the rest. That's kind of how you do it. The Garrican is necessary late game. I don't like Garricans, especially with Headhunter, because it ruins the crit buffs you get from it. And Garricans is really tough, really rough, because it's a coin flip on whether you crit with an entire Twister cast for 5 seconds. And if you don't crit, then it feels like you do no damage. It feels very bad to try to run Garricans with Twister. Could you please check why the points from set 1 and 2 match? Well, I think we're kind of working on that, actually. Sort of. Wait, why did I do this? Ooh! Alright, this is Techrods. This is Mia. This is Hulking, in that order. Okay. Alright, that might have been all I need to do. Okay, we got a mid-end game. I have to unfortunately do this again because I accidentally deleted it. No. Okay. That's okay. Oh, crap, I gotta make sure I choose the right passives. Oh, it's all dexed except the ones down here. Can I just go this? Bro. Doesn't assign. No automatic assigning. That's okay. Alright, this is Heart of the Well. Gain fire. Gain light. Oop. Crit. Or, well, okay, in order. Skill effectuation. That skill speed mod has to be a prefix, right? So you're doubling down on Huntress, best league start twister? I don't think Huntress is necessarily the all-encompassing de facto best league starter twister build. Even now, I would still say Deadeye is probably a tiny bit better. But I've always said Deadeye is the best overall twister build, likely. But I think Spirit Walker is the most competitive one overall. Like when you factor in like all of its what it has to offer, I think it will be at the very least the most competitive one with the Deadeye. So in the end, the nice thing about me running Spirit Walker is I will know when it's all said and done. Like 3 weeks from now, I will know if Spirit Walker is better than Deadeye because I've played Deadeye before and I kind of know how powerful it is in my head. I have a pretty good understanding about it. So yeah, people say people sleeping on stags. That's a big X factor. I gotta play with it. I don't know how good it'll be with a Morrigan's secondary one, or maybe Sacred Unity feels better than I think. Maybe the added defenses from Sacred Unity and having a bear, that maybe that just like literally makes or breaks defensive layers and is like the difference between amazing survivability and garbage survivability. It could be. I wouldn't be like, it actually could be, you know, because the Deadeye you run with like glass cannon, and maybe the Spirit Walker, for example. Here's something that could very well likely happen. You guys notice it in my build. I'm not putting any points into defensives except a few in evasion and energy shield. You also notice that they nerfed the hell out of recovery. Normally a build like this relies on you proactively avoiding damage because you're moving so much, and then when you do get hit, you got insane recovery, so it doesn't matter that much. As long as you don't get one shot or two shot in like a blink of an eye, you're fine. All that dynamic is changing a little bit now. Now, actual mitigation is going to be much more premium than before. Deflection gets buffed. And this whole tech with like minions stuff, like a free minion with like doubling down on damage reductions by, you know, socketing the supports in there plus an automatic 8% damage reduction, that is going to be kind of reliable. But you might be out of range of the minion and you don't get any value out of it too, because Twister moves really fast. I don't know how fast the bear is. Like, what if the bear doesn't really keep up? That would suck. But it would still work, you know, single target on a boss fight at least. So again, we just have to play it all out. And then the stags might have some insane tech that we don't even know yet. If stag with Frenzy Riposte works really well, then I'm going to like that. Maybe I will or maybe I won't really like parry in the end. It is possible that like parry feels like a dream in the new environment where I need mitigation. Maybe parry is like just a life-saving button that anytime I want, I'm having problems with like recovery or something, I just parry and then I get, you know, everything calms down and I figure out what I got to do and like kill stuff. It could be like a timeout, like, you know, you're playing tag, you know, I'm on base, can't touch me, you know, kind of thing, you know, figure out what's going on when shit's hitting the fan inside of a map or something. And by shit's hitting the fan, I mean like, you know, double mana of Siphon or Ring rare you know, tramples you and you're like, oh, I can't do anything. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And, you know, just parry. Just parry for a second and then, you know, find an opening. Could be something like that. I'm hoping that it gets fun and meaningful. Parry is like my biggest fingers crossed. That's why I'm going to make a video on parry and twister. I have some ideas on that. I have 3 video ideas right now. Vivid Stampede supports, for which I have them all listed here, basically. Potential supports that could be good. Twister boss rotation with parry. That's a kind of a me thing. That video is probably the most necessary one that I make if I'm trying to advertise parry. And then ice-tipped arrows, I think would probably be the most valuable video I can make. I think this is the one that's most necessary to make at League Start. People need to know more about ice-tipped. There's still a bunch of people who don't know about it. There's people who don't know if it's going to be good with Vivid Stag or necessary. There's people who won't know if and when to switch out of it. There's people who won't like know if they can make Trinity work with it in the endgame. So you just like talk about all those things. I think a lot of Twister League starters will probably feature dropping ice-tipped arrows in the endgame, but it might not be a good idea to drop it. But some people might want to anyway because it removes a button. There's just a lot of things to factor in with all that. So a huge conversation surrounding ice-tipped arrows as new discovered tech this time around could be really valuable for the community at large. On all kinds of levels, like variety of levels, you know. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, Twister player. I mean, they could all get something out of that kind of video. Even I might get something out of the video. Reading comments, people talking about something I hadn't thought about. Or maybe I shouldn't make a video on it because the GGG will be even more aware and might nerf it. Oh no, don't nerf it, GGG. No, not like this. Okay, guys, I gotta fix this. Fix. Is there a build guide for the Whirling Lance, Twister, Combat Frenzy? Going about. Who made that build? People keep talking about it. I don't like the way that plays. Quantric? Can somebody link me his video on YouTube? I want to watch it. We'll watch it with you guys. I'll talk about my honest opinion about it. I'm going to take the Crimson Cast Keystone. Doesn't Dance with Death need to be assigned to weapon set passives? No, it can't. No keystone can be taken with a weapon set. A keystone must be taken with a full passive point, both weapon sets assigned. That's a hard code into the game. Thoughts on Salvo for Twister? Yep, extremely good. It's going to be extra synergetic. It's already the best way to play Twister in the endgame. At some point, from swapping from the campaign to endgame, everyone will go Salvo. It's a clip from Rutu, but... oh, so... Why is everybody bringing up that when it's not even part of a guide or explanation or something? Alright.
You don't have to play Whirling Slash and like be an idiot. This is like SS of Gear. He just got the T16s. So like you just make 4 little tornadoes and you just make like 15 million projectiles with your 4 little tornadoes. No, he has garbage gear on this. He has like complete garbage gear. Like this. I didn't do anything. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Hold on. Let me find the video. Oh, this is a real Twister builds, bro. This is a real Twister shit. Check this out. Check this out. All right, check this out.
Okay, so he's using multi-shot on Whirling Lance. That is a good idea, but it doesn't stack up your Twisters in any sort of reliable way. This also will not work with Salvo whatsoever. It'll be literally anti-synergetic with Spirit Walker. With Deadeye, it's still not gonna... No, I'm sorry. This is... I understand what this is, and I did try to play around with this a tiny bit, but immediately, I mean, it felt incredibly clunky. I am biased against this type of playstyle because this is more the, hey, I want to take an archetype that's exceptionally strong in a niche way like Whirling / Twister, and I would rather just turn it into a kind of a 1 or 2 button turn and shoot build. I think you have to be somebody who is on the far end of the spectrum of wanting... no, I'm serious. You have to be on the far end of the spectrum of somebody who wants to play a simple ED Contagion type playstyle, or like, you know, simple Lightning Arrow playstyle.
Whirling Slash and like be an idiot. This is like SS of Gear. He just got the T16s. So
I mean, with Rutu's comments in the background, it makes it seem like, okay, Team Whirling Lance versus Team Whirling Slash. You're beyond massive amount of copium if you think that Whirling Slash isn't going to drive up the overall power of the build, both in terms of mobility and damage. And salvo scaling with Barrage is already the most powerful way to play Twister. It isn't that you can't play it this way. It isn't that this is not viable. It's just that it's leagues weaker. It's just so much weaker. And you know, he's playing it like the type of combat, and what I'm seeing here is akin to what you would see in Act 1 or Act 2 style combat. I mean, and in the end game, you don't want to be... I mean, I don't want to be playing that way. That's some weak... That's very weak, you know, build overall. I think it's just... Yeah, I could mute, but... you know... Ice-tipped arrows will elevate it somewhat. That does elevate it, but ice-tipped arrows can't carry you that hard into the end game. Okay. I'm glad we looked at it. It's not that it isn't interesting. It's fine, but no. It's about what I expected to see. I actually hadn't seen a clip of exactly how they did it. The one nice thing I'll say about it is, at least if you're going to do that, using multi-shot support in Lance is a smart thing. I think the appeal is if you're a Roa player. I mean, I guess. So when people were talking about that, I was trying to imagine, okay, in order for Whirling Lance to be even remotely competitive, like Whirling Lance has one advantage where you can get extra, you can get like an extra, potentially with Deadeye, 2 extra Whirling Whirlwinds, bigger Whirlwinds. So if you could figure out a way to make that work and not be clunky, that could be competitive with Whirling Slash, even though it would be slower. But, like, potentially if you could get that to be reliable. The problem is, I mean, I never figured out how to get that reliable. The only way I got Whirling Lance to... The only way I got my body to pick up a Whirling Lance with, like, 5 stacks is whenever I'd had, like, Titan levels of AoE scaling. Because you can't attack Whirling Lance close enough to your body to be inside the whirlwind, generally speaking. You have to have insane amounts of AoE. So you're relegated to Whirling Lance outside your body. This is important about whether it's in your body or not, because then, like, if you walk into it from outside, it blows it up and you don't get any more value out of it. If you're inside and walk out of it, it blows up, you don't get any value out of it. So it either has to start the whirlwind off inside or outside. Whirling Slash does this automatically, keeps it inside, and so every single Twister you attack with is boosted like crazy. So to me, trying to use Twister with a whirling whirlwind that is outside the player's body is an automatic red line. That's just like a no-go right away, because you can't cast fully empowered Twisters into that and have them all be fully empowered and stay fully empowered through the lifespan of the Twister cast. Because the second a Twister hits that whirling whirlwind, it despawns. And so all the Twisters that were lagging behind a few pixels basically get fucked. You know, they don't get any boost at all. And so what we see there is one Twister cast at a time. You know, you got like 6 or 7 twisters on the screen at once. And you're still moving really slow because you're just run speed. Like you can't even attack with Whirling Lance really fast. You have to be very, very much against the mobility gameplay style of Whirling Slash to want to do that over Whirling Slash twisters. Like you got to truly hate that shit to make that. I mean, even then I don't think it just sacrificed so much power and mobility, especially in the game. The further you go along into the end game, the worse it gets with that. I don't understand the hate for Whirling Slash. For one thing, Whirling Slash mobility automatically removes 4 buttons from your build. Once you reach a certain level with Whirling Slash, around, I'd say minimum 5 an attack rate of 5 per second, but especially if you can push it up to around 10 attacks per second, which is where you get to in the end game, or even north of that, without like super sacrificing damage or anything. Especially once you get around the 7, 8, 9 attacks per second, you are then Whirling Slashing faster than anybody is even sprinting, for the most part, unless they're like highly specialized into mobility. And so at that point, you no longer need to use WASD for anything ever. Ever. Like you just stop using those buttons on your build. And that straight up removes 4 buttons from your build. So to anybody who hates the fact that they gotta, oh my god, I gotta dodge roll, and then I gotta use barrage, and then I gotta use ice tipped arrows, and I gotta use twister, and I gotta use Whirling Slash. They're also, when people are talking about the burden of that, they're also baking into that equation WASD, that you also have to work in WASD because that's the way you naturally move. But you don't have to with Whirling Slash mobility. You don't need WASD. So think about what that does, how much freedom that opens up for your sanity as you're trying to enter the flow state of farming all day on a build that's really fast. To me, it makes all the difference in the world. I actually don't use WASD ever. Even in Act 1, I don't use it. You can. It's good. It's a decent idea. You get a little bit of extra efficiency if you use it early on, but the longer your build goes, the faster you get with Whirling Slash, the less it matters. And in the end game, it doesn't matter at all. I find it kind of cute when, guy that dies is like casting Twister and also, walking, an extra 2 meters while he casts. I'm like, wow, he's really getting everything out of it he can. But, he's using WASD on top of all that other stuff. That's rough. That's rough. And totally unnecessary. For the average gamer, or even for a high-level gamer. It's not necessary. Maybe it's necessary for world-class, world record breaking, but other than that, no. Whirling isn't fast enough in the campaign to not do sprint. No, exactly. So Whirling Slash is too slow in the campaign, especially way too slow before you get Dance with Death. Because you're not even going to be close to 5 attacks per second. So that's why I, for example, started adopting the wolf tech with Pounce and things, getting a leap in there and just having the dodge roll and getting like sprint with sprint nodes and wolf sprinting at like 100% increased movement speed. That's a mode of gameplay I'm playing at first. And then around Act 3, Act 4, I switch it over and start using Whirling Slash more liberally. Because you're right, it is very slow at first. You don't get to feel that. Anyone who's actually practiced Twister and leveled it and seen that attack speed, it's actually kind of invigorating when you are taking these attack speed nodes and you can literally feel it with every passive point you take. You get, 6% increased attack speed right here. You literally feel the difference using Whirling Slash, and it's like amazeballs. When every single passive point feels like real power. Yeah, the ramping, and you get it. And by the end of the interlude, you're like, cast. But in Act 2, it's like whirl, 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 cast, right? So it's much slower. I think it's kind of invigorating to do that. Intelligence, 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 intelligence. Time lost jewel. What is this again? Area of effect. That's the one. Global defenses. Skill effect duration. Effect of notables. Aloha, how many hours do we have till launch? 36 exactly, I think. Any reason why you prefer the attributes permabuff from Act 4 campaign? I think it doesn't matter much, but I believe technically, if you see the weightings based on like the rune numbers you get on runes, 8 dex versus, well, the number was 8 dex versus 12 resistance. The game is balanced in such a way where attributes are in terms of 1-for-1, attributes are more value than res. Also, if you cap your res, you get 0 value out of having additional res. But if you meet the attribute requirement, you still get some value out of overcapping attributes. A tiny bit more mana, a tiny bit more life, a tiny bit more evasion, etc. It just feels better, In terms of like committing to a permanent buff, I'd rather feel better about it in the end. It's not a terrible idea to go with res though, and res makes more sense in the short run to do, definitely. But it's a permanent buff, so I would rather, I play every build to mirror tier, so I care deeply about the longevity of my decision. It's a big decision. One of the suckier nerfs that we've seen is the nerf to Subterfuge Mask. That does kind of suck. Why'd they have to do that? Why'd they have to do that, man? Why'd you do that, guys? Oh. Join. Okay. Making it happen. Oh my god, I gotta do every single one. Ooh. Just get all these out of the way. Okay. Anybody know? There's one major unknown that I don't know yet, and you guys haven't seen the footage, but when I tested parry on my monk, which has like 50% evasion maybe, and is got like no armor, like no mitigation hardly at all, I was able to spam parry everything in a map and the boss, and I took no stun buildup. I don't know why. Anybody know why I might take 0 stun buildup indefinitely in the end game while parrying? I didn't have a special buckler. I mean, I had the buckler that says you can parry from any range, but I tested it on some random ass rare buckler too, and the same thing happened. Oh. Medium large. Oh, I know why it was doing that. I know why that problem happened. That's because this is an actual real point. Oh, it looks like I was able to fix it. There's something that's kind of cute with this setup. So, again, you might not necessarily go all the points here, but you can, because it's inside the ring, you can actually put it on both weapon sets, get the value out of it, the extra crit and the attributes especially. But then everything leading into it and out of it is still weapon set 2. It's kind of funky, but I mean it works. It works in game. I've done it before. That was where the confusion was before, I think. That's about it, I think. There's actually nothing there. Low state is weapon set 2. Oh, it's weapon set 1. Oh, it was this point here. This is a regular point, not 2. It's not -1 anymore. Let's go ahead and count them manually. Weapons at 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 21. Oh, I need 3 here. Wait a minute, what? I'm still missing one. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Okay, there it is. Yeah, 22. We got it. 24. Okay. Green is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, not 11. 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23. I apparently can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. What the hell? Why does it look like there's only 21? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it's a regular point. You allocate the gem area. The gem area. Oh, Kite Runner? Did I not do Kite Runner? That would be it, actually. Yeah, it's Kite Runner. I forgot. I forgot to count Kite Runner. No, it's already allocated. It's already allocated. It is. Or wait, no, it's not allocated. What? Oh, okay, there. 24, 20. Oh my god. All right, we did it. All right. Hold on. I need to hit a very important button right now before we forget. Oh, get off my screen. Okay. Saved for now. Saved for now. There might be some things that I still have to do. I'm not sure. Yo, you guys are gonna freaking love this, dude. Mid-end game version. This is gonna be so ridiculously strong. Here's how I know it's gonna be ridiculously strong. Check this out. We got early end game Twister. Now, don't pay that much attention to the number itself because it's like it's factoring in like you single casted one Twister or some BS, so it's like 35,000 DPS is not real at all. But for the sake of comparison, you can compare and contrast, you can count it. So the early in-game version with Tangle Tongue and all that, you can see, like, for example, if I remove Beacon of Asses, my damage is cut in half. That's what, and we're going over against a pinnacle boss here. These are buffs that are effectively in effect for Twister at all times that don't get factored into POB. And so the number is just 35,000, okay? Early in-game budget. Last league, this would have been like under 10 divines, easily. Well, not easily, actually, because the rares are maybe a little bit high and tiny bit. Anyway, I don't know, 5 to 10 divines. Maybe the rares aren't quite this good. But the uniques, like the sum total of the uniques here is definitely like under 5 divines. So the mid-end game version, much higher budget, is like 8x the damage. It's freaking crazy, man. 8x. And that's from things like go Rakiatus Flow. Get to full Trinity. It's not even full Trinity, it's 250. 0 physical damage, pure elemental damage. The spread looks amazing here. 18 to 30, 17 to 28, 20 to 32. And then you can drop maybe a flat fire roll on gear. And you can, I mean, one drop, one flat fire. It's like they're almost identical numbers here if you actually drop a flat fire roll. Or you can drop all the flat fire rolls, get a mix of different things, and go Scepter. You know, gain his extra fire scepter. Arbiter of Ash scepter. It's going to do so much freaking damage in the end. The crit chance is lower. Like the actual crit chance is about 73%. We need that parry. All right, yeah, sure. You know, 400. from 270 to 404,000. It's 50% more attack damage. It's even more if you take these points. I don't think anybody's gonna take this. Parry buff magnitude. Holy, that's rich. The single target, that's gonna wreck the hell out of bosses. I think it'll be kind of meaningless at this stage. You won't need it. You don't even need parry or nothing at this stage. You won't even need frenzy charges. But in the early end game, it'll be meaningful getting extra single targets. So yeah, you know, having the parry debuff from 35,000, 52,000, I mean, it's legit 50% more attack damage. And you got, again, I need to make a video on this because I can show this already in game. I can show this. I don't have footage of it right now, but like, you guys have probably seen me fight the Red King, for example, right? In the Red Veil, the King of the Red Veil. Fight him on the bridge, and you got the twisters like on the bridge, just hitting him constantly. And then he does abilities that you can parry, like in real time. So it's like, it's outrageous at that level. Like, he's got the parry debuff while a twister is just spamming him every 0.66 seconds with damage. He just goes, his health bar is like, gone. So fast. I don't even need like half my life flask. Just sit there and chug life flask. Doesn't matter. Because, you know, he's obviously able to hit me with different things, but can parry out so much of it. And then the end game, it's still the same. Imagine the end game, you have like Salvo, Bounty, Frenzy Charge, Twisters. You load it up. You got the Whirling Slash on. You raise the shield, parry, boom, Twister, everything. Just instant outbound Twisters, the full parried boss. And then you move like 3 feet, spawns a stag, and then it rips off the Frenzy Riposte, and you get Frenzy Charges back. Right before the parry debuff would have expired naturally. This would be so amazing. It's so good, concept-wise. I pray it works like that. I'm imagining a world where, you know, you get your Twister rotation and you just parry in between those moments anytime you want. You just make the boss take so much more damage. You get extra Frenzy Charges. So ridiculous. I'm gonna make some of you guys fall in love with parry. Not all of you, but some of you. It's gonna happen. Who here in the chat is excited for parry? Wait, you can parry the spikes? Hell yeah, you can parry the spikes. You know the one we raise them, they'll go. You know the strongest abilities to parry in the game are ones that are not damage over time, but like 10 hits in 1 second kind of thing. For example, because what that does is that boss, it's like a big telegraphed attack, right? But it's not red animation theme, so it's parryable, but it's still a major telegraphed attack. And when he hits you with an attack that is going to hit you like 5 times or 10 times in 1 second, the first attack that hits cancels everything else. I mean, on that specific one, I think some of them still land, but basically you only get hit by the one, and you interrupt that giant attack, and it's so easy to parry, and you'll never get stun. You'll never get stun build up over it because you're actually only getting hit by one of those 10 hits. So like stun build up's not even a problem at all. You know bosses like the, what is it, Jaquani Soul Core boss? You know, the one with like all the laser beams and stuff? You can parry that. You know, where he's like winding it up for 5 seconds straight and he's about to like laser beam your face off? Yeah, you can just parry it and it instantly stops lasering. It gets parried. What? Because that laser beam is not a damage over time and it's not a one shot. It's like you take 20 hits in 1 second. But you're technically parrying the very first hit, and so you don't actually take any damage, and he just stops. And then he's got to sit there for like 3 seconds because the boss is designed so that, you know, he does these insane attacks, but got to wind up for it and everything. And you just parry most of them. The Viper attacks? Yeah, you can parry the Viper attacks. I'm sure. I mean, I haven't technically used parry on that boss. That's like one boss I haven't really tested, but yeah, I'm sure. Her staff slam throwdown thing would hit pretty hard and could potentially stun you through it, maybe, depending on your HP pool and stun threshold and all that. But especially her, like, you know, her winding, you know, Bruce Lee, you know, twisting stuff, all that can be parried. Is your guide usable in the new in-game build tracker? I'm glad somebody asked that. Can somebody tell me how to POB import? Like, I thought we were able to export builds straight from Mobalytics. And I have this here, but I thought that Mobalytics had... I didn't think I had to use like a third-party site. I thought it is. Anyway, any one of you can do it, I guess. Just type exclamation Mobalytics. Just take the website and just plug it into whatever this is. I guess this site works. I'm not formally doing this yet because I want to ask my like Mobalytics rep about this because I want to use the most reliable sanctioned site for this. I don't even know if this site works actually, but this is somebody else linked. So this is actually not even a necessarily a safe site I linked. I'm not sure. I assume it is. Do we have a vendor regex? Yeah, that's listed right here. It's not the greatest regex in the world. I do not have a hyper refined loot filter and vendor regex. Actually, I could probably reach out to somebody and do like a better vendor regex on the Discord. As far as loot filter, that's a little more complicated, and I don't want to get over restrictive on that, so I have a fairly generic loot filter that will show different things. I mean, it's nice. It's basically just kind of a default filter. It doesn't, like, if you drop a wing spear in Act 2, it doesn't, like, light the landscape with, you know, a tink or something, but that could be something that would be kind of nice. A second breakpoint for twist effect. Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I wanted to check that. Okay. Wait. No. Let's go to early in game because this would be the earliest I do this. I may actually drop all this. I may. I'm beginning to think it might be a good idea to drop all this, but I'm a little concerned with skill effect duration. But I am going like companion, so I don't know, maybe companion having AoE would be nice for like the bears, intimidate, roar, and stuff. We could conceivably do this and this. I don't even think I would take. I don't know, man. If I would take that, I'm probably not. Not with all the proc speed we already have. Wait, where's that elemental one? They just removed it? Bond of the Ape? Bond of the Viper? I don't know about Bond of the Viper. Oh yeah, I gotta remove that. Viper? Oh. Oh, that's too deep. That's what she said. Too deep. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 total travel points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. 10. But actually, I wouldn't even need it. Well, the question is, how much AoE is this total? 12, 18, 24. Maybe come out of lurking. Nice. Plus 22, plus potentially 4, 10, 16, 26. Well, 72 is not nearly enough for a breakpoint. Yeah. How much is this? 12, 18, 24. And this is 12, 8. Oh, wait, this is only 12. Oh, no. It's area damage. I read that as area... Oh, man. I read this as area of effect. It's 6% increased area damage. That's so trash, dude. Oh. Dang it. That's sad. 3 passive points to get 12% area of effect? That's not worth it. No, there's no world. Well, that would only be worth it if it gave me an extra breakpoint. Well, I guess if I went crazy on it, this would be 6. 6 plus 6. The nice thing is if I change this up, I will be able to get a different anoint. No, wait, this. Yeah, this already used stimulant anoint. Now, you need like over 100% increase AoE to get 0.7 breakpoints. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's 104 is needed. 104 or... No, sorry, it might be... It's somewhere between like 98 and 104 to get 2 Twister breakpoints. 45 is the first one. Why dex strength and not resist? Yeah, Glazel, it doesn't really matter which one you do. I like the idea of doing attributes because it looks like the weighting's a little more favorable. You can check the weightings based on the rune values. You get more res than you get attributes on runes, for example, so it looks like attributes are more valuable. That's one reason. The other, comparing like 5 versus 5. The other reason is if you overcap your res, you don't really get any value. But if you overcap your attributes, you still get some value out of them. So, just a tiny little thing. Doesn't matter much. How hard is this build to play? Let's see. Guy. Alright, this guy types in chat in all caps, misspells hard, misspells question marks, types 1 question mark after, and then says caps in lower caps. I'm gonna guess for you, this build's very hard to play. Yeah, we'll just go with that. No offense. That is not nice. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that we've been streaming for a couple hours, and that is the least nice thing I've said the whole stream. So sorry, somebody had to take it. Somebody had to take the heat. I can't be nice to everybody, okay? You drew the short straw today. Chances are, if you come back and type some more next time, you won't draw the short straw like that. All right. Yeah, so let me remind myself what AoE this is. 4, 12. I think I have to still take this point or some shit. 8, 12, 22? 22 plus 10? Plus 4 plus 6 plus 6. Okay, yeah, and this is 3% over cap. Alright, this might be an alternative. Might drop all this. Because I don't need the proc speed, well, I don't know about the attributes. Actually, I'm going to short attributes again. If I do this. But that is some pretty nice stuff over here, man. Like, that's a lot of survivability. 50% reduced curse effect on you is actually pretty huge in the early game. 35% reduced effect of non-damaging ailments is also huge. It's like shock is the way less effect. You get free resistance. You even get this. I guess this would be worth taking. Even though I don't care about recharge rate, really. But, I mean, getting the chaos res, fire res, deflection, yeah, I guess I would. I guess I kind of have to. I'm intrigued by these points. And this is a convenient way to cap your, or to hit the breakpoint 0.6. This is what we do for Monk at League Start, actually. Is take Discipline Training and Dizzying Sweep this side right here. This is 3% over the breakpoint. 0.6 twisters. Chance to build an additional combo hit would even be somewhat valuable for Eyeless Chimes tech with Culmination. Even that would have some value. and lose combos slower would again, that would be valuable for that. Because the way we build combo power charges is a little bit funky in that you'd be whirling, slashing, and then you got to get hit, and then you get power charges after you get hit off Wind Dancer. But I will probably put that into Vivid Stampede instead if it comes with a melee tag. I'm praying Vivid Stampede comes with a melee tag on day one. What do you guys think is the chance that they're going to put a melee tag on Vivid Stampede? You know what? I'm going to put my full trust in you. Well, I know I can trust you, but I'm just going to have strong mindset and play Twister. Fuck it. Okay. Alright. The stakes are high for this guy. Stakes are high. So that's 12 passive points total. I save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 passive points. But I lose a bunch of attributes, and I lose a bunch of skill effect duration. I also lose attack damage. Actually, yeah, I would lose attack damage. Lose attack damage here and here. But I have plenty of percent increased damage. It's not a big deal. It's pretty weird not to take this. I guess I would, yeah, alright, I guess I'll just pull these, go here instead. I didn't feel too bad. Alright, let's check this here. We got, well, obviously these would be weapon set points. It's crazy how strong the monk tree is now. They made the freaking monk tree even stronger for Twister, or like, it gets so strong. Look how efficient this pathing is here, dude. This is outrageously strong pathing. You barely have to go anywhere to get so much power up in the monk tree. Down here in the Deadeye tree, you gotta like hike across the freaking desert to find good things. The monk tree is like, I'll take a little bit of that. It's like window shopping for some of the strongest notables in the game everywhere. What in the world? 30% crit notable. Ooh. Kite Runner. Wow. Wow. Skill effect duration and AoE. Alright, count me in. Massive defense wheel. Skill effect, more AoE, more energy shield evasion, tons of crit. Freaking tons and tons of crit. Massive percent elemental damage thing. Specialized nodes here. This little section is really strong because you even get like hail here and stuff. But criminy, man, I think made a good choice. You talking about like league starting monk? I mean, with monk you wouldn't take these early. Probably you might take them for the resistance only. I don't know. It's probably not. Energy shield and evasion. Dang, dude. Automatic deflection rating. The only deflection rating. I do feel like I'm a little bit more of a properly defensive build with this. How much energy shield evasion is this? This is 12, 24, 36, 56% increase evasion and energy shield? With 5 all res, including chaos. Oh. Probably wouldn't take this in the very end, though. Need to go too many jewel slots. This is the really nice thing about the access to these, because I'm not using jewels that make me go everywhere. Like, I don't feel like I have to path up to here, or have to path down to here. I can just put those points to really good use for free. Like, just tons of value. Doesn't require jewel to get really strong tree. I like how they're changing the tree a little bit here and there to make it... It just makes it feel like jewel power is more balanced. You guys remember in 0.1 and even 0.2 how stupidly strong jewels were. It was like, you're all in jewels or nothing. Like even at League Star, it's like, oh, jewels. Gotta go jewels. Screw every single passive notable. You're going jewels. So where are you saying you put that support to consume the parry for charge? Oh, it's Vivid Stampede. So you don't see it. If you pulled my POB up, you won't see it. You have to, because the path of building is not updated, I literally can't populate Vivid Stampede into path of building, so you wouldn't see it. You gotta check the mobalytics guide. Alright, so another thing I have to do is get, how many more was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I need 2 more green. Ooh, 2 more green. Well, it could be these 3 would work. I mean, I can make the AoE node, specifically this, although for eyeless chime's sakes, I wouldn't do that. I'm adopting different points in the tree for the mid in-game variant. The early in-game variant here. I think I am actually going to change the final version a little bit, a small change. Make these 2. See, this needs to stay on both weapon sets. Sorry, it's me. I'm scared to say anything, but is this build hard Act 1, Act 2? Act 1 is kind of hard. But you just kind of... You need to practice. You should probably practice the build once or twice, Act 1, Act 2. Act 2 is super easy once you get Frost Nexus and Ice-tipped arrows. Act 1 is kind of awkward, though, especially for like a novice player at Twister. And then discovering like positioning and parry and all that. Yeah, I'm missing attributes. What did you say about mist? Mist? Oh. Well, that's not a terrible idea. Movement speed, but I mean, it's got the travel points. It's great. Yeah, I kind of like that. What? Because I searched it, I can't click. Okay. This would put me at level 95. Not 94 anymore. Still got 2 weapon set 2 points I need to allocate. I'm overclocking right now. The build 2 weapon set points. It's probably gonna be crit. It's kind of awkward. What's my thoughts on endgame? Are you target farming, unlocking all Atlas and everything? No, I'm definitely not going to like try to unlock everything. I'm going to probably pick one thing and run with it. I'll probably choose one endgame thing and go with it, but then I will also go for Val Temple. I might actually do Val Temple again. I think I have a sinking feeling that Val Temple is still going to be amazeballs. I don't believe Jonathan saying snaking is totally dead, then reading the patch notes. Because like even if snaking is dead, the Val Temple is still going to be the most scalable way to drop currency. It still will. Like if the rooms are mostly the same, even if they nerfed a lot of other stuff with like monster effectiveness, Akasan plays. What up, dude? What up, my guy? More of a IRL streamer here. Gotta give it a shout out. How's it going, man? You see the podcast saying divines will drop similar to snaking? Yeah. But the temple isn't just about divines. The temple is about dropping raw currency. So think like, you know, perfect exalts, perfect chaos, locks, mirrors, and well, I guess now maybe perfect augmentations are like the primary form of currency drop. I don't know. Okay, I'll play it now. Parry is a must with this build. All right. Give it a practice, man. Give it a practice, man. Go watch on my YouTube video, Uncut 39-minute Act 1 Huntress Run. Go watch it. It'll help you. Yeah, anyway, for the Raiders coming in here, we are playing Path of Exile 2, preparing for a Major League launch in a couple days. I'm a build maker here for a build in this game. And it's got a lot of hype. And we're working behind the scenes right now. Not actually playing the game. Playing the game before the game. Guys, where do I put my other 2 weapon set points? It's weapon set 2 points. It's like nowhere to put it. I got spots for 3, but not 2. That's super annoying. It's super annoying. I mean, I can't do this because it gives me dexed. Oh. I could drop the echoing things. That feels bad. That's not going to be good because if I shock with weapons at 1 active, then that's not going to feed into it. Hot Run says, hi Snoobay. The Sky Sliver Spear is mainly for attack speed, and Tangle Tongue is mainly for crit chance. Yep, that's right. Tangle Tongue's for damage in general. 30%. I guess I have to melee for 3 seconds. This? Nah, I'm full pathing here because I got to do all this. Is the attack speed around the monk thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. This is a regular point, and then it would go weapon set 1 here and here. Acceptable assault. Adaptable assault. Adaptable assault. Oh, no. Okay, you got the wrong idea. It's not that I have 2 additional weapon set points available. It's that I need to remove 2 core points and transform them into weapons at 2 points. So I need to actually lose 2 passives. I need to lose 2 weapons at 1 points. Tenfold attacks. Tenfold. Yeah, this is a UI bug. This is a UI bug right here. So you can see I put it in there, right? I got that. It's right. Now watch this. But weapons at 1. Boom. Wait. Wait, what? What doesn't make any sense? Wait a minute. Maybe you're right. Wait, what? Something was weird there. Okay, I think that was just wrong. Okay, you were right. There was a mistake there, but... Oh, no, okay. Oh, right. Okay, no. It is a UI bug. Okay. So you see I got weapons at 1 active right here? Boom. It's green. It's a UI bug. It's green because the programming doesn't recognize because there's something else going in weapons at 2 in the other direction that is stupid. Actually, maybe I can make it fix itself. Okay. Why? Why? I don't know. I'm sorry, that's probably going to confuse some people, but hopefully they fix that on their end. That's not on my end. Oh, it's going to be so good if I do it. I have some options. I mean, it's not like I don't have options here. If nothing else, I'll remove, like, I don't know, these two. No, I can't remove these two. I like, if you delta non-crit. Actually, I need this for that too. Fuck. I mean, okay, fine. I mean, I might remove, like, echoing flames and echoing thunder. I don't want to. I could make this a regular node again. Hacks. You want to see some real hacks? Oh, I was gonna make it. Yo, imagine somebody built this. That'd be crazy. That's actually pretty sweet. If that was good. See the new passive atlas? I mean, we're looking at it right now. This is the new passive atlas on Mobalytics. She's got like the companion nodes here. Great mixed shark says, nice POB Snoo. You will be holding my hand more than my mom ever did. Alright, I'll be your dad for a season, I guess. Step like this and the ES node above it. Step like this. No, we can't. We can't do that. We're getting attributes on weapons at 1 here. I wouldn't want to switch energy shield nodes anyway. Thoughts about getting around Leech and is cast on crit dead? Well, one way I'm getting around Leech is I'm not using a cast on crit gem. Haha. In this version. I wasn't going to anyway. So actually the cast on crit nerfs coincided very nicely with how I wanted to play build next time by, for the first time ever, not using a cast on crit gem. Cast on crit Twister Invoker, cast on crit Spark is getting slammed really hard though. I'm not sure how mana recovery is going to work with that now. I'm a little scared. We need this for weapons at 1. We're already doing that. That is gonna stay. That stays. That stays. That stays. I mean, I could technically remove these points, but I don't want to do that. Well, Glacial Lance gets an 8 behavior on how to handle additional projects. Does it work with supports? What? Not using resonance. No. Nope. We can't break armor when we're doing no physical damage. The whole purpose of going Resonance Keystone is to do armor break, get endurance charges, transform into frenzy charges, but I'm sticking with elemental damage Twister. It does more single target anyway with ice tipped arrows. And if I'm not using cast on crit gem and some other things, I have extra skill slots available. So we're using all 9 skill slots, but they fit in comfortably, so that's what I elected to go. I wish this was 100% reduced crit chance. How strong is this, do you guys think? Frantic swings. Enemies blinded by you have... No cast on crit, we're doing Trinity. Trinity is for the late in-game, or what I called in here, the mid-in-game variant. Not the initial variant. Not Trinity there yet, but yeah, in the eventually. The early in-game variant is very flexible with Spirit. You don't really need any except the amulet that's unique. That's it. Such BS, man. I don't know, let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Speaking of ASCII, just for the elemental res ignore. Not just for it. The spirit is meaningful, but yes, basically that's the primary reason. It ends up being so much extra damage on bosses, and it is a great enabler for maps that give monsters elemental res when you roll that modifier. That's a rarity modifier too. Now later on, skip all that and go Rakiatis Flow, but you know that's going to be crazy expensive lineage gem. The combo, man, the combo of Rakiatis Flow with Trinity on purely elemental twisters, and then rolling the rarity mod, monsters have increased elemental res. You know how much damage that's gonna do? That's gonna be so stupid. There is a tech not too expensive that makes it even better. Oh yeah, what is that? What is it? Deep freeze. Talking about this? Is that a support gem or something? That's conditional with the enemy being frozen? You've promised to give presentations on the rotation of frenzy charge generation and other stuff. I don't remember promising that, but I mean, you're in luck. That's a video idea I have planned before League start. Twister bossing rotation with parry, which involves getting frenzy charges, so probably got you covered. I'll record 1 or 2 of them tonight. I'll probably come out with 3 videos before League launch. 2 or 3. But it's only when frozen enemies, doesn't require crits. Yeah, but the problem is freezes, like, enemies aren't... That is going to be terribly unreliable on bosses. That's the problem. Like, that's where it matters the most. I wonder if I transform 4 points over. I can make all this weapon set 2. Days on hit is... I guess days on hit doesn't really matter. Well, actually, days on hit would be... Days on hit is stun, not armor break. Yeah, days on hit won't... Monsters can still be stunned by elemental damage, right? Even if they're dazed? Player physical damage, melee damage has 50% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. Yeah, monster physical. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nothing? There's nothing. Ooh, nothing. Yikes. What do you expect the Twister play rate to be in 0.5? I have no idea, man. What was the top meta play rate last time? It was like 15%. I don't think it's gonna be the most played build. I don't think it's gonna be. It might be on like day one, but I don't. Maybe, but I doubt it. Even still, definitely not. You get me? So you're talking like 1 week in or something? Nah, dude. I'm expecting maybe like 10%. I don't see it capping out much more than 10. I don't think it's that crazed. I think we're in a little bit of an echo chamber here. There's still a lot of builds that people are talking about. I think if anything, like Minions gonna be like even more popular. Spirit Walker minions, because like some of the really biggest name streamers are doing that, and then of course we still got the Ice Shot Andes. They're gonna be competing for the meta slot. Day one Twister clips are gonna catch a bunch of rerolls. Yeah. Yeah, and there's people running Monk too. Twister is still in safe. Oh yeah, more than safe. It's considered one of the best, strongest starters at the moment. Alright, so if I transformed, or wait, I can't do that. I can't do all of it. Only I would have done Crashing Wave. Too bad I can't do these two and then still do that. I don't know why this is so annoying. Can't do that. No, nothing down here. I can technically do these. Probably what I do is this. But weapon set 2. Okay, so ice-tipped arrows will frequently not crit. I can rely on this bonus with ice-tipped arrows, actually. I might turn this over. Into a regular point. The best part about Flopgun going ice shot snipe is the snipe fail videos we are gonna get from other streamers. People are gonna get twister damage vids and get chubbies. I don't know what that means. Chubbies. FOMO? Is that FOMO? Yeah, I think this is probably the most sensible one to pull. Because I mean I'm doing that in the late in game variant too. Let's see, is there any way to get more? No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 22, 25. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind, but for now. How's the mana pool gonna feel? Well, we'll have. Yeah, we'll just kind of leave it there. I think I'm gonna like this better. Wait. Don't press that button. Press this button. I can't press that button again. I guess I skip out on all that defense, huh? Yikes. Mana Leech, I don't think Mana Leech is going to be a problem. I think if we're having a little bit of mana problem, Leech will be fine roll, but I don't expect it to be a big problem. We're running this Flask too, which is going to give us automatic improvement to the mana pool. Lavianga's Spirits. We're running it mainly for skill effect attack speed on, during Flask effect for weapons at 1 stuff, but another byproduct is like it basically doubles your mana regen for your build. Whirling Slash doesn't really cost anything. Barrage, we may have to put Life Tap on Barrage. That might be something we have to do. Or like Inspiration or something. Because that's the only sort of really expensive skill to use other than Twister. And we're only casting Twister like once every 5 seconds. So it doesn't, like, your mana's not going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I think. When you're whirling slashing, it's actually a net positive mana. But it could be that we kind of do need a mana leech roll. Maybe having some mana on kill would be a good idea, but I don't know if it's going to be needed. How many hours till patch? 35 hours. Or 30... Yeah, 35 hours, I think. Crypt meta duration stacking Twister build. I'm not a master. I don't know if it's viable or not. It's gonna be very. It's gonna do terrible damage. I saw what the build does. He's speccing like all into defense and parry, or not parry, but yeah, it's just like defense, no offense, no crit mod, nothing. So. I've tested as it is. Mana is fine with Flask. Cool. That's probably a good idea. I probably should have tested it. Yeah. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna get out of here soon to get some food. This is probably gonna be the last stream before launch, but a big announcement from the build guide video. I am going to launch with the countdown. That'll probably be on like 20 minutes or 30 minutes before the countdown starts, so I don't know if that's like 3 or 4 a.m. local time. I don't know how I'm gonna get to sleep, but if I don't stream tomorrow, I have a better chance of getting enough sleep. I still want to make some videos too, so I think, and it's wise to touch grass the day before League launch. Very wise. So probably not gonna stream tomorrow, even though it would get a lot of views. Gotta compromise somewhere. So, we got a lot of, actually before we go, we'll take a look here at some of these things, man. We got a lot of comments. A lot of comments, a lot of hype. Many views. Did I just update the build? I might have not clicked update actually. Yeah, I might change my mind on a couple things, but yes. Let me just make sure it's the right version. Nope. Imagine I clicked the wrong one. God, that would have sucked so bad. Okay. Yeah, this is what I updated. Okay. So I don't accidentally update that. Oh my god, I can already feel my PS5 Pro having an attack. What are my thoughts on Abyssal Lich Twister? I'm having to answer that question a lot. I'm watching this YouTube video at the exact same time he created the video, same time as the bottom right. What? Search string for leveling, the regex, yup. Just augments the map. Ah, okay. Why Doc? The Messiah has spoken. Log in, boys. Alright. Why Doc, if you're out there, thanks. Great video. Been playing Twister a lot. This was not like the greatest League Start video. It was hard to make because I didn't do it in a highly produced way, so it ended up being too long. The one good thing about it was, though, it was very informative and actually organized. It was organized. You know, I at least wasn't jumping all over the place with different talking points. But I guess, you know, it could have been a little bit shorter for sure. More of a script. The problem is, usually I come out with a build showcase in advance, which is only like 5 minutes, and just explains all the crazy tech with a showcase of it in play. But I can only do that with old classes and ascendancies, not a brand new one that we haven't seen, so I couldn't even do that. It was a nice way to, like, you know, get the hook and then actually make you listen to all the yapping about it beyond that. Don't forget you can upgrade the weapon. Is that just for some uniques? Well, yeah, I don't know what exactly we can do with that. Love your content, mate. We'll be playing Twister as well and follow your build. Awesome intro. The intro was really good in that. Yeah, the intro was good. I liked the little script I did for the intro on that. Got me hyped as fuck. Nice. Nice guide. I mean, I feel like, you know, I've been making builds for a while, and, you know, we've had a few seasons, shall we say, where the reception wasn't that great. I find it interesting how all it takes is a few nice, you know, content creators or a critical mass of people saying that they should check my content out. And like, I'll give you an example. Last league in PoE 1 especially was probably the single best league launch I've ever done with like preparation. All the videos that came out leading it to it, the production value of them, it was truly an incredible, like, I did a great job preparing for that, actually getting guides and things out in advance, one video every day, highly relevant to the thing. Even I was impressed. I was like, why can't I do that every league launch? We come into league launch of PoE 2 and I fall behind. It takes me like 2 extra days to get the thing out, and then I'm going to try to scramble for other videos. I don't get the production value I want. The build guide video is 42 minutes instead of like 22 minutes, which is closer to what I want. And everything's just lower quality. And yet, the comments, the reception is way more positive for this build than this video. It's kind of hard to wrap my head around it. All the reception, everything, the excitement. You know what I mean? Like, I did a worse job this time around, like, preparing for the league start and making the content and producing it than I did in PoE, like, way worse. And yet, like, the reception's so much better. And it's not a PoE 1, PoE 2 thing, too. Last league in PoE 2, I had a better video, more produced video than this with, I think. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe it's partially a PoE 2 thing. Anyway, I appreciate it. All the positive comments. It's really something. Suddenly it makes me feel like maybe I don't have to make like a perfect video with a perfect schedule and come out with a perfect content just to make people a little bit excited. Question: what do I think about everyone screaming nerf twisters? They probably can't even play twisters if they're screaming nerf it. Because, like, half the people who play this game can't play Twister anywhere near at the efficiency level, how you can at maximum efficiency, or somebody like Guy That Dies, for example. I think the trick is a well-edited intro and then transition to a good showcase explanation. Yeah. I do have a great intro in this video, but my everything else after that kind of falls off. The intro is very important, though. It does kind of, you know, there's a hook established there. There is. Yeah, I take it seriously, too, at least that. Alright, we gotta... Gives you big... Whoa! I gotta find somebody to raid. We got a couple raids. We got raided by Prada instantly when we started streaming, then we got raided by Akasan later. Nuts. Nuts. Who are we gonna raid? Oh, well, okay. Alright. I gotta raid Miso Sheeter because he is one content creator who pumped my content up by saying my build, whatever I made. This was before I even made the build guide. He was saying, Snoo Base Spirit Walkers, the top 5 build. I'm like, what? Really? And then he linked to the video as the guy. He linked to the video of me talking about post patch notes and what it meant for Twister. It's not even a build guide or nothing. I'm like, wow. And putting his faith in me. So we gotta return the favor here. Yeah. Hope you guys like Miso Shooter's content from Twitch. We're going over there, and then YouTube. We'll see you. I guess a league launch, man. I'll hopefully be on like 20-30 minutes before launch. It's not gonna be much more than that because anything more than that is gonna cut into potential sleep. I'm probably gonna take a really late night nap. But I want to be there for you guys. Okay, hit the ground running. I am a speed runner amateur at this point. We're gonna hit the ground running. I'm gonna be sleepy as hell trying to speed run. Oh my god, what that's gonna be like, I don't know, but on layouts that aren't memorized anymore. Oh my god, it's gonna be so bad. Oh well, we'll try. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Check out the Discord. In the meantime, the next 30 hours or so, just go to the Discord to ask questions you have there, or maybe the YouTube video. Enjoy you guys' league start. If I don't hear from you, until then, see you next time.
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this emote? What is going on here?